Chapter 11:26. Hearing the words of the black shadows, a figure suddenly appeared in Klein's mind. It was an old man wearing a plain white robe embroidered with brass threads. His hair was completely white and combed neatly. He had a pair of grayish-green eyes that left a deep impression. He claimed to be a clergyman of the Church of Knowledge and was in charge of matters in West Balham. He had a close relationship with May Sanchez. At that time, he suddenly visited Don Dantes. The reason was that he had prophesied that he would be in a very troublesome predicament in the future, and that someone he met during that period of time would help him solve the problem. Klein thought for a moment and slowly said, "Luca Brewster? Yes, it's me, you still remember me." In different parts of the illusory bookshelf, the puddles of liquid-like shadows rushed to answer. Their voices were no longer uniform as they stacked on top of each other and reverberated endlessly. It left Klein, who was separated by his marionette, feeling a little tinnitus. This isn't a normal voice. It contains a certain tendency to lose control or mental corruption. Those illusory bookshelves themselves are a manifestation. Just as this thought flashed across Klein's mind, he heard the black shadows that sometimes curled up and sometimes stretched out speak in unison. "Sorry, I was too excited just now and couldn't control myself." Hiding in the shadows outside the manor, Klein controlled his marionette, Kona's Kilgore. "What happened to you? How did it become like this?" The black shadows sighed in unison. The Pater Militaris Adjudicator, Bellicose, and the Church of Earth Mother's Archbishop, Martina, joined forces to ambush this place. Their main target was me, and I had no choice but to activate my mythical creature form, forcing them to temporarily retreat. From the looks of it, for you to appear here without noticing anything, you must have teleported here directly. You are also a demigod. You should know that once you reveal your mythical creature form, it's not that easy to return to normal. I was also affected by my madness and nearly lost control. Fortunately, I was once a mystic arts tutor and had grasped many strange but effective mystic arts. Therefore, I sealed myself at the critical moment and became like this. Sigh, this can only last for a while. The madness is still eating away at me. I've already contacted the Holy See, and it won't be long before help arrives. But I don't know if I can hold on until then. I was just thinking that this should be the very troublesome predicament in the prophecy, and I don't know if the person who can help me solve this problem will appear. I'm so happy that you're here. This proves that my prophecy and my interpretation are correct. My mental state is much better now. What a demigod who's obsessed with the success of the prophecy. If I were to turn around and leave at this moment, would your mental state collapse and you would lose control on the spot? Klein lampooned inwardly before thinking about the key information that Luca Brewster had revealed. The Pater Militari and the Church of Earth Mother had begun to take action. Klein then made his marionette, Kona's Kilgore, take out a gold coin and flicked it up before reaching out to catch it. From what he knew, the clergymen of the 7 churches were dedicated to maintaining order and protecting believers regardless of anything. From this angle, Luca Brewster wasn't a devil, and the impression Vice Admiral Iceberg and Detective Eichinger Stanton gave Klein a pretty good impression of the Church of Knowledge. He felt that other than them habitually discriminating against people with low intelligence or those who didn't like to learn, there wasn't anything wrong with their actions and style. This is also the reason why they're unable to expand and can only hole up in a few small countries. Klein didn't look at the outcome of the gold coin toss as he mumbled, "How do you need me to help you?" The slightly excited black shadows fell silent. After a few seconds they said, "I don't know either." Klein looked at them as they looked at Klein. Momentarily they were speechless. "Why don't I suggest making you my marionette?" After nearly 10 seconds, Klein lampooned inwardly. His thoughts raced as he began to think of a way to resolve the problem of Luca Brewster being unable to recover from his mythical creature form. To be honest, apart from having a good impression of the Church of Knowledge and Luca Brewster, he was so serious in helping because of benefit. Firstly, there was the existence of the God of knowledge and wisdom in the matter of Roselle's travels. At present, Klein was unable to determine the true God's goal, and he felt that showing some goodwill might give him a pleasant surprise. Secondly, if Roselle's return really happened, the God of knowledge and wisdom's attitude was rather important. From the Red Angel evil spirit's tone, Klein could make a preliminary judgment. Compared to the fourth epoch, the attitude of the seven deities in the present era towards the appearance of the Black Emperor had changed drastically. Their reaction was no longer as intense, and they were more inclined to acquiesce, even if it wasn't the candidate they had in mind. Under such circumstances, if Roselle the Great were to return, the only ones who would object would probably be the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery. After all, back when Roselle perished, their figures had been faintly discernible. However, this objection wouldn't be too strong. As long as Roselle was mentally normal and had escaped the corruption and madness, there was a possibility of acceptance. After all, the Black Emperor and the Sun and Savant pathways weren't interchangeable. There was no direct conflict of interest. As for the original grudge, it wasn't too serious at the level of a deity. Of course, this was only a guess made by Klein from the perspective of ancient history and mysticism. According to his understanding, other than the god of craftsmanship, the other six deities had been hostile towards each other during the Solomon First Empire, leaving behind countless grudges. They had no choice but to rope in the Black Emperor of that time to help them. In the end, they still let go of the past and formed an alliance that lasted until today. Even deities of similar pathways could coexist peacefully to a certain extent. As long as Roselle could really be resurrected, he, who hadn't completely perished, had a chance of resolving the grudge between him and the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery. Of course, with Klein's understanding of Roselle, he would take revenge sooner or later. However, as long as he wasn't crazy, wasn't forced into a corner, wasn't extreme, he could still see the situation clearly. He knew what to do and what it meant to wait for an opportunity. And under such circumstances, Klein believed that the Lord of Storms and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom were the only ones who could suppress the eternal blazing sun and the God of Steam and Machinery's objections and make them acquiesce. This was because they and the eternal blazing sun were interchangeable beyonder pathways. I'm just afraid that the corruption from the cosmos isn't that easy to resolve. The resurrected Roselle will completely turn into an evil god, but such matters can only be done step by step. Only by understanding it can I grasp the crux of the matter and decide if I should press that button at the final moment. I can't stop moving forward just because the probability isn't high. If that's the case, there's nothing I can do. Even drinking a mouthful of water might cause an evil god to descend. Similarly, the reaction of the various parties to Roselle's return and how intense it will require further observation before I can find a plan that everyone can accept. At present, destroying the ritual at the critical moment has the highest chance of success. Amidst Klein's thoughts, he looked at the black shadows and slowly said, "It's time for the ritual to be destroyed. How much longer can you last?" Luca Brewster examined his condition. 7 minutes. I thought it was 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Klein lampooned inwardly. Let me help you find a psychiatrist. As he spoke, he retreated several hundred meters into the shadows outside Maysanchez's manor. Following that, he set up a ritual and sacrificed creeping hunger above the gray fog. After doing all of this, Klein sat in the fool's chair and conjured German Sparrow's figure, allowing him to quickly and succinctly pray. It was almost midnight, but Audrey, who was busy with charity work, had yet to go to bed. Treating a demigod who shows signs of losing control, I can accumulate contribution points again. Audrey put down the fountain pen in her hand and wore a white cloak with golden patterns. Just like the previous mission, she set up a ritual and received creeping hunger. She wore Lai, who had turned into a silver mask, and under the protection of Angel's embrace, she teleported to Maysanchez Manor in West Balam's Kukua City according to the route provided by German Sparrow. The difference was that, as she was facing a demigod, not only did Audrey wear a mask, but she had also used Lai to adjust her figure, aura, and the looks under the mask. Then, she saw Mr. World, who looked like Don Dantes. That demigod has currently disintegrated into a pool of black liquid. Try not to directly communicate with his body of heart and mind. This will cause his tendency to lose control to infect you. If you can't treat him, I can lend you my Beyonder characteristic, Klein specially exhorted Miss Justice. Audrey didn't say that she knew very well. She was very professional in this aspect as she listened attentively. I'll give it a try first. She pulled the cloak that wrapped around her body and took a few steps forward, casting her gaze at the illusory bookshelves and the pools of black liquid. Thankfully, he hasn't truly begun to lose control, Audrey said in a gentle voice after observing for a few seconds. Accompanying these calm and powerful words was an invisible, soothing wind that blew quietly. The frequency at which the pools of black liquid curled up began to decrease, and the feeling of anxiety weakened. Audrey used pacification a few more times until Luca Brewster's mental state had completely stabilized and he had the ability to cooperate. Only then did she get him to open up his mind and embrace the treatment. She took the opportunity to open the door to the demigod's body of heart and mind. She split up her pacification to cleanse the corruption and planted a psychological cue, hinting to Luca Brewster that there was nothing wrong with him. He could easily dispel his mythical creature form and return to a human. The reason for splitting up her pacification multiple times was that Audrey would immediately withdraw when she was slightly corrupted or affected. She would first resolve her mental problems. Finally, she completed the treatment and the cue and took a few steps back. Your Excellency, you can dispel your mythical creature form. Just as she said that, the illusory bookshelves in the hall vanished. The pools of black liquid gathered together as though they had a life of their own, condensing into a human form. The black color quickly faded as Luca Brewster returned to his original appearance. He sighed with a smile. Thank you so much. I saw a Sequence 5 spectator come over. I thought I would become the main ingredient for her to switch pathways. This old man is so direct. I don't even know how to respond. Klein turned his head to glance at Audrey and realized that she had her eyes tightly shut. Klein replied to Luca Brewster, "Don't worry about it. What you need the most right now is a set of clothes." Chapter 11:27. Luca Brewster looked down at himself, hurriedly raised his right hand and grabbed to the side. His grayish-green eyes turned deep black. The gold that was mixed with the stairs immediately flew out, fusing into a thin armor in midair, and covered Luca Brewster's body. Luca moved his arms and explained as he experienced the effects. Stiano's golden armor spell. Stiano's golden armor spell. It's equivalent to a Sequence 5 Guardian's defense. Stiano? Klein asked casually. Luca used a tone as though he was introducing a famous historical figure. One of the earliest founders of the Moses ascetic order. I heard that Roselle the Great had once modified this golden armor spell. I wonder what the final effects will be. I can roughly imagine. Perhaps this golden armor has 12 different shapes. Klein mumbled inwardly before steering the topic back on track. Faina Potter and the Church of Earth Mother have officially joined the war? Audrey, who had opened her eyes when Luca introduced Stiano's golden armor spell, controlled the urge to turn her head. Her eyes remained unchanged as she looked at the shimmering demigod. Luca sighed. Regardless of what they thought before, they will definitely officially join the war after tonight. Of course, they probably won't target Rouen for the time being. There's a high chance that they will attack Lemberg, Mason, or Seeger. This is to prevent the battle line from being stretched too far and having too many enemies, preventing them from being able to concentrate their strength. Besides, the Church of Earth Mother might not be willing to contribute too much strength. After sighing, the demigod of the Church of Knowledge sincerely said to the silver-masked Audrey, "I wonder what kind of consultation fee I should pay. I wonder what kind of consultation fee I should pay?" Audrey looked at Mr. World beside her. "He's already paid it." Luca Brewster then shifted his gaze to Don Dantes. Klein thought for a moment. "Let me ask a few questions." "Please go ahead." At this moment, Luca did not have the demigod demeanor. Instead, he looked more like a professor waiting to answer a student's question in class. Of course, if he could take off that golden armor and change into a three-piece suit, he would look even more like him. Klein didn't think about it and asked directly, "What do you know about the underground pollution?" From his point of view, if the saint of the Church of Knowledge, who was famous for his erudition, knew of it, he would definitely be able to bear the influence. And if it wasn't suitable for Miss Justice to hear, he believed that Luca would mention it. After all, he wasn't a bookworm. As the discussion about the underground pollution originated from her experience exploring the sea of collective subconscious in Roselle's travels, Audrey had a certain understanding of it. At this moment, she did not feel like she did not understand anything at all. She waited attentively for the demigod's reply. Luca frowned slightly. "I don't know much either. It seems that understanding itself will bring pollution. I once saw this sentence in an ancient book. The higher the sequence, the more dangerous it is when one is close to the underground. That's why the dragon of imagination Ankwelt left behind such a deep trauma and some kind of fear." Audrey instantly thought of the item sealed by the bronze door in the City of Miracles, Liveseed. She then looked at Mr. World beside her, but she failed to notice any minute changes in his expression. However, Klein had made his marionette nod gently to tell Miss Justice that he had the same thoughts as her. This made Audrey feel like she had returned to the past. Back then, she was still a low-sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway. She was unable to decipher any useful information from Mr. World's expressions and actions. The higher the sequence, the greater the threat of the underground? That doesn't make sense. Seeing that Luca was unable to provide any more information, Klein thought for a moment and said, "Second question. What prophecy do you have for this war?" At the mention of prophecies, Luca Brewster became spirited. "It's just the beginning. It's far from reaching its peak. Also, the greater destruction stems from the war, but it's outside of it. I don't know what it is either. The war has just begun." Audrey couldn't help but feel heavy. Stems from the war, but it's outside of it? Is it the Amon brothers' apotheosis ritual, or is it the advancement of the Black Emperor? Or is it the return of Roselle? Klein nodded with some guesses and raised the third question. "Have you heard of the apocalypse prophecy? How do you interpret it?" Luca Brewster's expression instantly turned serious. "No, this isn't a prophecy. Anyone with the ability to prophesy is very certain that the apocalypse is coming. In his holy text, God mentioned that the apocalypse will happen in 1368 of the fifth epoch. Of course, God also said that there will be a Savior. The prophecy of the God of knowledge and wisdom? 1368. There's only about 10 years left. The goddess is willing to destroy the alliance with the god of combat to grasp the uniqueness of the death pathway. Could it be because of the impending apocalypse? Klein's expression unknowingly turned solemn, but it didn't show on the marionette's face. There's only about 10 years left before the apocalypse. Audrey ruminated over the demigod's words in a daze. To be frank, she felt that it was fake. It was something used by those disguised mysticism experts and religious cheats to deceive the people and obtain money. Although a foreseeable large-scale war had already erupted, Audrey never imagined that this world was so close to its end. This was what almost all normal people and beyonders knew. Why 1368? Klein couldn't help but ask. Luca Brewster shook his head. I don't know either. That's what God's prophecy said. Realizing that he was only a sequence 4 and that he didn't have the ability to resist the apocalypse, Klein rationally ended the topic and said to Luca, the saint of the Church of Knowledge, "Let's leave it at that." What he really wanted to ask was that there was a high chance that the other party didn't know either. For example, what the corruption that originated from the cosmos was, whether Roselle could return, and what his condition was like. Luca Brewster nodded and said, "In the future, if you need any help, you can come to me. If you need any help in the future, you can come to me. Specifically, you can contact Edwina." He remembered that Don Dantes' sale of firearms to May Sanchez had been mediated by Edwina Edwards. Edwina? That Vice Admiral Iceberg? Audrey was taken aback for a second before she came to a realization. She curiously glanced at Mr. World. She remembered that she had once read a newspaper that had a story about the German Sparrow and 3 female pirate admirals. All right. Klein was never one to worry about having too many helpers. After nodding at Audrey, Luca Brewster's figure rapidly turned transparent, as though he had fused with the spirit world. Then, he vanished just like that. Looking at the spot where Luca Brewster had been standing, and then at the hall that no longer had any gold, Klein inwardly gasped and fell silent for 2 seconds. He then made his marionette look at Justice Audrey and say, "That's right. I thought it would be more troublesome. It was that saint who saved himself in time and was willing to trust me, allowing me to plant a psychological cue," Audrey replied with a faint smile, trying her best to appear sincere and humble. Don Dantes nodded and said, "This will be added to your accumulated contributions. This will be added to your accumulated contribution. Go back as soon as possible, it's very dangerous here." Seeing that a demigod had nearly lost control, Audrey didn't doubt Mr. World's words about how dangerous this place was. She immediately used creeping hunger to teleport back to the northern continent through the spirit world. After she sacrificed the human-skinned glove to Mr. Fool and settled the remaining matters, Earl of Hall and his eldest son, Hibbert, returned home. Audrey was just about to head out to meet her father and chat with him when she heard her mother, Countess Caitlin, ask in the hall, "Did something happen again? You came back much later than scheduled today. You came back much later than scheduled today. Fainapotter has invaded Lenberg. Fainapotter has invaded Lenberg. Extra, extra. Fainapotter has brazenly invaded Lenberg." Leonard, who was wearing a red glove, got off the carriage and was about to enter St. Samuel Cathedral when he saw a paperboy waving a newspaper as he ran quickly through the streets and square. He stopped the paperboy, fished out a penny, and bought a newspaper. As he flipped through it, he lowered his voice and said, "Don't worry." As he flipped through it, he suppressed his voice and said, "Perhaps it won't be long before the South becomes a battlefield." "That's right." Pallas Zorost's slightly aged voice echoed in Leonard's mind. "But why am I still left behind in Bakeland?" Leonard muttered to himself in puzzlement. After advancing to Spirit Warlock, he had already become the captain of a Red Gloves team. The members were transferred from other teams, including Cindy and Bob, whom he was familiar with. After the war broke out, Leonard originally imagined that his team would be like Sostel's team, being transferred back to the Holy Cathedral to participate in the battle in the Amantha mountain range. To his surprise, he was arranged to be a mobile force of the Bakeland diocese. As for this huge city, due to the implementation of the nighttime ban and other wartime policies, it was currently very safe. There weren't many Beyonders who came out to wreak havoc. Even the devils who liked to murder didn't cause any chaos, making Leonard rather free. It made him even more relaxed than when he wasn't at war. At this moment, Pallas Zorost smiled. "I have a guess." "What guess?" Leonard hurriedly asked in a low voice. "I don't wish to tell you now," Pallas replied leisurely. Leonard didn't say a word as he adjusted his collar and entered St. Samuel Cathedral. He exchanged a few words with the Archbishop and prayed for 5 minutes. Then, he went underground and pushed open the door to his Red Gloves team's temporary office. "Good morning, Captain." Bob, Cindy, and the other Red Gloves stood up and bowed. Upon hearing their greetings, Leonard, who believed that he was already used to it, fell into a daze once again. In the blink of an eye, it was Monday afternoon. Leonard arranged his team members' respective missions, found a lounge, and waited for the tarot gathering to begin. P.S. Requesting a guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. Chapter 11:28. I didn't go out this month and stayed at home, writing seriously. However, I still encountered something. Last week, my eyes were a little inflamed, causing the vitreous to turn a little more cloudy. After seeing that ordinary eye drops didn't have any effect, I quickly registered for a doctor. Before I set off, my wife, an ophthalmology graduate, said that it wasn't a big deal. As long as it wasn't a lesion in the eye, it was fine. I asked what lesion in the eye included, and she said macula before forgetting everything else. When I arrived at the hospital, the doctor said that the vitreous was indeed cloudy, but the shadow was small and could move. There was no flash, so it wasn't a big problem. It's just that your macula doesn't seem too good. Back then, I was so scared that I peed my pants. I immediately made an appointment for a follow-up checkup. I was depressed at home for 2 days, but thankfully, the checkup said that there were no problems. Just remember to have regular checkups in the future. Everyone, if you have severe myopia, please remember to take care of your eyes and use them scientifically. Yes, this month, I've finally advanced the plot to the beginning of the war. I've connected many of the foreshadowing and paved the way for the tense atmosphere. This novel should end in November, or at the latest, in early December. Considering that the war is a continuous process, it's impossible for it to reach a climax like the Great Smog of Bakeland. There will be many foreshadowing and many tragedies. Therefore, I didn't use the writing method at the end of the second novel. I only slightly exaggerated the atmosphere of the war and the reactions of different people. This also resulted in the chapter of asking myself, not having enough emotional foreshadowing. Of course, I didn't write that chapter as a climax. To me, it's just a relatively important point in the plot structure. It's important not because it's stirring up the emotions, nor is it because it's to change Klein's aimless state from the beginning of the fifth novel to now. It's to tighten the tension of the plot later on. Therefore, what I need is clarity and a certain degree of explosive force. It's like a nail being hammered into the plot, tightening the story later on. With such a goal in mind, I finally used the method of repeated questioning that I originally didn't plan on using in this book. This is because if I were to use an indirect method or a straight line to express it, the points that need to be protruded wouldn't be clear. This would cause the emotions that need to be conveyed later on to be far from enough. If it wasn't for the existence of the previous chapter, the hidden emotions and emotions in my conversation with Bernadette wouldn't have been presented so easily. As for using the method of conversing with other people or objects, I wrote it in the beginning. It was very awkward, many times more awkward than I asked myself. Of course, because I changed the way I wrote it at the last minute, there were a lot of unnecessary words. At the time, I wanted to let my emotions slowly relax before tightening them. Yep, now that I think about it, going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Sometimes, I have to repeatedly remind myself of the word, control. As for the war, due to the foreshadowing of the entire style, it's unlikely that Lil Ku will directly enter the battlefield. I also don't know how to directly describe the war. At most, I'll highlight 2 or 3 battles to achieve the goal of outlining the situation. Following that, Lil Ku and Bernadette's efforts and the Giant King's court's plot will intertwine. I hope it'll be written well. That's the summary for October. Today, the first chapter has been updated. Begging for a guaranteed monthly vote. Vote for me, vote for me, vote for me. Also, I'm at the top of the monthly votes again in October. Thank you, everyone. This should be the first time I've done it 3 times in a row. Yes, I'll add more chapters to the latter half of the month. At the critical moment of the plot, I'll ask for monthly votes again. Chapter 11:29. Above the endless grayish-white fog, in the ancient palace that seemed to be the residence of the deities. Dark red beams of light rose up from both sides of the long bronze table, materializing into blurry figures. Audrey immediately stood up, lifted the hem of her skirt, and bowed towards the highest point. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." She wasn't feeling down, but with so many things that had happened recently, she couldn't keep her voice up like before. After the members finished bowing and took their seats, Audrey swept her gaze and habitually observed them. Almost instantly, she discovered that Hermit's mental state and body language indicated that she was worried about something. Is it related to Queen Mystic? Or could it be that there's another problem? Or could it be a combination of both factors? Audrey was somewhat surprised and curious as she pondered over the possible reasons. After so many tarot gatherings, she had long drawn a psychological portrait of Hermit. She believed that she was a rather contradictory beyonder. She was experienced, knowledgeable, calm, and capable, but also bold and rash in certain aspects. She was like an underage girl. Combined with her relationship with Queen Mystic, Audrey's interpretation was that although Hermit had experienced a lot, most of the time, she had successfully resolved her problems under the Queen's protection and arrangements. Deep in her heart, there was still a little girl who yearned for love and care. And it was precisely because of this hidden state that Audrey boldly guessed that Hermit would unconsciously pity those who had been abandoned and hadn't committed any serious mistakes. She would sympathize with them and help them. At the same time, based on the fact that she was a woman who was active at sea, had the strength of a sequence 5, had plenty of mystical items, had rich knowledge and experience, liked to wear a pair of thick glasses, and had interacted with German Sparrow, Audrey believed that she could confirm Hermit's identity by casually flipping through the wanted posters and newspapers related to pirates. However, she didn't specifically do so. All she did was make a rough guess. No, Hermit is already a sequence 4 demigod. There aren't many things that can make her so worried. It's definitely not because of the outbreak of war. A great pirate wouldn't be too worried about this. As her thoughts raced, due to her lack of understanding, Audrey couldn't think of anything other than guessing from the direction of Queen Mystic. And at this moment, two things echoed in Catlia's mind. Why did the Queen send so many diary pages over? If I hadn't become a mysticologist and grasped certain mystic techniques, I wouldn't have been able to memorize all of them in such a short period of time. What exactly happened? Was the Queen in some sort of predicament? That frank fellow actually didn't want to hold the ritual and directly consumed the potion to advance. Luckily, I stopped him. However, the druid ritual isn't difficult for him at all. Grasping the living habits and body structure of many ordinary animals and 3 extraordinary creatures is a crazy biologist who has already done his homework in advance. Next week, no, within these 2 days, he will become a druid. What he needs to do is to write down the knowledge and experiences he has accumulated in the past as part of the ritual. Amidst her thoughts, Catlia put away her worries and turned to the end of the long bronze table. She lowered her head and said respectfully, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I've gathered an entire set of Roselle's diary this time. An entire book." Upon hearing Hermit's words, all the members, including the hanging man Alger, were clearly stunned. This exceeded their understanding. In the past, it was usually 2 or 3 pages, but this time, it was a whole book. Did something happen? Even the dullest son, who paid the least attention to such matters, sensed something amiss. They all knew that Queen Mystic Bernadette was Roselle the Great's eldest daughter. It was normal for her to provide an entire diary, but what wasn't normal was for her to provide an entire diary at once. Catlia didn't mind everyone's gazes as she continued. These diaries are not continuous, but they all originate from Roselle the Great's later years. Very good. The Fool Klein nodded slightly, indicating that the hermit could begin conjuring. Page after page of the slightly yellow diary took shape, and soon, they were stacked into one. After Klein received it, he casually flipped through it without reading it. He put it down and looked at Katlia. You may ask your questions. Including the last time, there's a total of 10. He didn't read the diary carefully because there were too many of them. There were at least 30 pages. If he wanted to read it all, it would make the tarot members wait too long and affect Mr. Fool's image. Therefore, he planned on slowly reading it after the gathering ended. 10. Katlia immediately felt a headache. This was because Queen Mystic Bernadette had only allowed her to ask 2 questions. She deliberated for a moment before saying, "Honorable Mr. Fool, can I ask them in batches?" "Sure." Klein nodded with a smile. This was in line with his thoughts. Answering 10 questions in one go was also a very difficult task for Mr. Fool. Katlia secretly heaved a sigh of relief. There are 2 problems this time. First, why do we have to be careful of the audience? Be careful of the spectators? Audrey wore a blank look. She was momentarily unable to come up with a guess. She even examined herself. Be careful of the spectators? Emlyn, Leonard, and the other tarot members cast their gazes at Miss Justice. The Fool Klein chuckled and said leisurely, "A spectator always likes to hide in the shadows and manipulate certain matters, making it difficult for others to detect and guard against them. Here, we need to be especially careful of the Angel of Imagination, Adam. His apotheosis ritual is to consume the potion during the trend of the times that he envisioned. The trend of the times that he envisioned. Make the development of the times match his expectations?" Audrey couldn't help but ask Mr. Fool for advice. The trend of the times that he envisioned. Make the development of the times match his expectations? Audrey couldn't help but ask Mr. Fool for advice. Klein nodded slightly. Yes. A war that engulfs the entire world is exactly what Adam wants. The hanging man Alger, Katlia, and the other tarot members were momentarily overwhelmed by the information revealed by Mr. Fool's words. Be it the apotheosis ritual or the trend of the times, they involved a very, very high level. It was so high that they could only look up to it. Suddenly, they vaguely understood the reason why the psychological alchemy was deeply involved in the royal family's conspiracy. And some of the members who knew about the Twilight Hermit Order grasped the essence of maintaining the trend of the times. Only an existence at the level of Mr. Fool can understand these secrets and participate in the corresponding game. The hanging man Alger quickly regained his train of thought and sighed inwardly. He was increasingly eager to become a demigod. He believed that this war would bring him many opportunities, but he didn't know if he could grasp them. The tarot members fell silent. Amidst their thoughts, the Fool Klein sighed for some baffling reason. This was because he was powerless to stop such a war. If George III Black Emperor ritual failed, he could jump and extend his hand. There was still a tiny possibility that he could reach it. However, this was a war that had already become the trend of the times. Even if he was an angel, a sequence 1 angel, there was no way for him to truly affect the situation. Forcefully doing so would only result in him being crushed into powder by the rolling wheels of history. Even for a king of angels, apart from an existence like Adam who has spent 1 or 2,000 years to arrange the plot, the rest can at most change a portion of the situation. It's very difficult for them to resist the general trend. Only a sequence 0 true god can truly participate in the game. It's no wonder the emperor said that only by becoming a god can one protect themselves and the people they want to protect. What I can do now is to let the Rorsted Archipelago's resistance make more preparations, hoping that they have a chance to escape the colonial rule. Klein reined in his thoughts and maintained the smile in his eyes. He wasn't someone who blindly opposed all wars. The education he had received in his previous life, as well as what he had seen at sea in East and West Balam, had encouraged the resistance to overthrow the colonial rule. To put it simply, what he didn't like and abhorred was an unjust war. Sensing Mr. Fool's gaze, Katlia controlled the chaotic thoughts in her mind and said again, "That's not a problem." Secondly, Where might the secret mausoleum of Roselle the Great that hasn't been discovered be? Secret mausoleum? That hasn't been discovered? Magician's Furs became more focused, feeling that this was a best-selling theme that had all the elements that were popular. Audrey and the hanging man Alger keenly sensed something from this question. Roselle's eldest daughter might not be willing to accept the fact that her father had perished. She was still searching for the traces he left behind, hoping to find clues that could revive the Emperor. Of course, he couldn't eliminate the possibility that there was something else in the secret mausoleum, something important. That might be Queen Mystic's real goal. Roselle left behind a secret mausoleum? I wonder what's inside. Leonard, Zio, and the other members were more concerned about this. The fool Klein was already prepared for this. Perhaps in the fog sea, in the hidden primitive island or the abyss that Roselle once discovered. Abyss. Emlyn immediately felt his eyelids twitch. The history of the vampires had a lot of records about the demons of the Second Era. Even after thousands of years, he still felt that he had become impetuous and entangled by chaos during and after reading it. Sun felt the same way as him, but he didn't mind too much. When reading certain documents, one's mental state would be overly drained, and one's mental state would be unknowingly affected. This was common knowledge in the City of Silver, so one had to first receive general education and listen to the teacher's explanation. Abyss. Audrey, Zio, and the others couldn't help but repeat the term inwardly. In their daily lives, the abyss was more of an abstract description. It was synonymous with danger, pain, degeneration, and filth. They never expected it to really exist. It's somewhere in the fog sea. P.S. I've sent both chapters today. I hope for a guaranteed monthly ticket for November. Chapter 1130. Katlia similarly didn't snap to her senses for a few seconds. She never expected that Roselle the Great's secret mausoleum would involve the abyss. But on careful thought, she realized that it wasn't surprising for a battle of that level to involve anything. For an instant, she wished that the Queen wouldn't pursue this matter further, but she eventually suppressed this thought to the bottom of her heart. This was because she felt that if she were in her shoes, she would have made a similar choice. All sorts of thoughts flashed through her mind as Katlia bowed at the end of the long, mottled table. Thank you for your answers. I have no more questions today. The fool Klein nodded slightly and surveyed the area. You may begin. Just as he said that, Furs, who had been cultivating her courage, spoke with a resolute attitude as though she was closing her eyes and charging towards death. Mr. World, I have something to entrust you with. Seeing the World German Sparrow look over, she hurriedly explained, You don't need to do much. You don't need to do much. Just throw me to an unfamiliar place every once in a while and pick me up in a few days. If you're really busy, you can also gather them at a certain point in time and show me a few more trips for me to record. Upon hearing Miss Magician's words, the first thought that came to Klein's mind was, Man versus Wild? There are too many suitable places for me. The easternmost ruins of the Battle of the Gods in the Sonia Sea, Calderon City in the Spirit World, or the City of Miracles in Roselle's Travels, Liveseed. They're all 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more dangerous than the wilderness. I'm just afraid that Miss Magicians won't be able to grasp it. Klein didn't let the World German Sparrow immediately answer. He controlled the fake person to continue staring at Miss Magicians with a gaze filled with pressure. Furs took a silent breath, calmed her emotions, and added in more detail, It's like this. I'm now a Sequence 6 scribe of the apprentice pathway. To digest the potion, apart from recording the various Beyonder powers, I also have to record the customs and folklore of different places. I wish to become a traveler as soon as possible. Only then can I avoid most of the dangers in war. Mr. World, I've only recorded 1 trip so far. If I go somewhere else, I won't be able to come back, so I have no choice but to seek your help. I wonder if you're interested? What kind of reward would you like? So that's how it is. Audrey finally came to a realization and felt that Firz's idea was great. Furthermore, she's a best-selling author. By recording the scenery and folklore into a book and publishing it, it should be able to greatly aid the digestion of the potion. Audrey nodded to herself, feeling sincerely happy for her friend. However, as a senior spectator, how could she not sense Firz's fear and dread towards Mr. World? She was even looking forward to what would happen when the two of them officially made contact. Audrey, this isn't a good state of mind. However, this is the state of mind of a spectator. Furze definitely wouldn't have imagined that the so-called crazy adventurer she fears is just a mask. Beneath it hides a gentle and kind heart. I also have to work hard to digest the Dreamwalker potion and strive to visit the surrounding dreams every night. Audrey didn't allow her expression or gaze to change as she maintained the posture of a bystander. After the hanging man Alger heard the magician's words, he sighed. This was because even this apprentice was beginning to strive for Sequence 5, while he was still stuck at this level. World and the Hermit are already Sequence 4. Justice, Sun, Moon, and the Star are also Sequence 5. Apart from magicians, only the newly added Judgment is lower than my sequence. As his thoughts churned, Alger felt a stifling feeling in his chest that he couldn't dispel. He wished he could immediately find an opportunity to make contributions and become a demigod cataclysmic in turn. He yearned for a high position and power. He yearned to be recognized, respected, and obeyed by others. He didn't want to gradually fall behind in the tarot. Is that so? As Klein basically understood Miss Magician's thoughts, he suddenly recalled something. It was the identity she had mentioned in front of Mr. Fool during a certain full moon. Former surgeon, now writer. By turning the horror legend I created into words and spreading it, will it help me further digest the Bizarro Sorcerer potion? The more horrifying, terrifying, and inexplicable the description is, the better the effects. Klein suddenly had an idea as he controlled the world's German sparrow. This commission is very simple, but I need a very special reward. Upon hearing that Mr. World was inclined to agree, the magician's Furze was both happy and nervous. What reward? The world's German sparrow pondered for a moment. Collect the latest ghost legends from the major hospitals in Bakeland and write them into a book or newspaper. My request is for it to be as terrifying and bizarre as possible. It's best if it can become a bestseller. The reason why Klein only mentioned the major hospitals in Bakeland was because Miss Magicians was a local writer who often mingled in the circle of doctors. It was very reasonable for her to understand those legends and use them as material for her writing. It wouldn't be suspected, and if she had even grasped the ghost stories that only appeared in the Rorstad archipelago, the Fog Sea, and East and West Balam, then Zaratel's marionette would definitely visit her. The latest ghost legends from the major hospitals in Bakeland. When Audrey heard the world's German sparrow's words, she was stunned for nearly 3 seconds. She originally believed that the legends were caused by the church's beyonders secretly treating the injured, and that mushrooms and weeds were the negative effects of mystical items. She never expected that it wasn't the case. Audrey had also guessed that it was done by Don Dantes. After all, this gentleman had heard her mention the air raid victims, and he was a kind gentleman. However, due to the lack of any other clues or evidence, she could only believe that the church was more likely. At this moment, she was almost certain that the clown angel was the world's German sparrow. Even if he wasn't, there was a deep connection. Mr. World wearing the mushroom and weed mask is the same as German Sparrow wearing the crazy adventurer mask. Why does he disguise himself like that when doing good deeds? Is it because he needs the feeling of horror and the corresponding feedback? Audrey had a guess as she muttered to herself inwardly. The star Leonard and the hanging man Alger connected it to the urban legends that the Nighthawks of St. Samuel Cathedral had recently discussed, while the other pondered over the terrifying legends his subordinates had heard and encountered. I've never heard of such remuneration. It's not like I'm writing a biography. Although a war has recently broken out, the sales of newspapers and magazines seem to have increased. The previous editor has been urging me to publish a new book. Yes, my identity has to be kept a secret. I have to convince the editor to change my pen name. The excuse is that different styles have different pen names. Magician's Furs didn't have the time to think too much. After some consideration, she replied, "All right, no problem." The world's German sparrow chuckled and said with a hoarse voice, "If you do well, I'll give you a chance to record the beyonder powers of a demigod." "No problem." Furs chuckled and said with a hoarse voice, "If you do well, I'll give you a chance to record the beyonder powers of a demigod." "No problem." Furs replied firmly, no longer having her usual laziness. To her, recording a demigod's powers could not only increase her ability to protect herself, but it could also effectively digest the potion. This also made Audrey, Zio, Leonard, and the other members sigh inwardly. A scribe sure is enviable. Once a demigod-level powerhouse has the backing of a scribe, she can produce extremely powerful strength that isn't inferior to a sequence 5. At times, she might even be stronger. After the deal was made, there was a brief silence. This was because the other members of the tarot didn't have any requests at the moment. Leonard had just become a spirit warlock not long ago, and he hadn't even finished summarizing the acting principles. There was still the possibility of advancing from the Church of Evernight. As for mystical items, he had already bought Word of the Sea. In special situations, he could still request to use the Church's sealed artifact. Emlyn was reading the Sanguine's research on the Moon domain every day, hoping to make the Scarlet Scholar more realistic. As for the Sequence 4 Shaman King potion formula and beyonder ingredients, he wouldn't be able to use them for a very long time, nor could he afford them. Sun had just mastered the powers of a priest of light, and he was still a long way from advancing. As for the main ingredient of an unshadowed, he had already obtained it. Similarly, Audrey and Zio hadn't advanced for long. One of them was working hard to help Mr. World, accumulating contributions, while the other was burdened with a huge amount of debt and was eager to repay it. The hanging man Alger was in the Church of the Storm, and he had to hide his secrets. He was currently in a rather awkward position, and he needed an opportunity to advance. Furthermore, he had obtained the cataclysmic Inter potion formula from the world. Catlia had just become a demigod, and she was currently deeply studying all kinds of secrets and mysticism knowledge. To her pleasant surprise, not long after her advancement, when she recalled the knowledge and secrets she had grasped in the past, she realized that she had digested quite a number of potions. Among them, the things she had heard from the tarot had contributed greatly. The transaction segment quickly ended, and the members began to freely communicate. Emlyn surveyed the area before his gaze landed on Leonard's face. "If you were official beyonders, how would you deal with a clergyman from an opposing faction under your jurisdiction during a war? He hasn't done anything bad, nor does he plan on doing anything bad." Although Fainapotter hadn't directly declared war on Rouen, they had invaded Rouen's ally, Lemberg. This made the believers and citizens around the Harvest Church look at Bishop Utravsky more and more strangely. Leonard thought for a moment and said, "That's right. Protective custody. P.S. Looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of the month." Chapter 1131. Protective custody. This answer is very intelligent, as expected of a newly promoted Red Gloves team captain. The fool Klein couldn't help but laugh inwardly when he heard Leonard's answer. He knew very well who Emlyn was referring to, and he had a certain understanding of Bishop Utravsky, who called himself a priest. He didn't really believe Emlyn White's words that, "He hasn't done anything bad, nor does he plan on doing anything bad." This was because to a blessed and a fanatic, their understanding of what was bad might be different from that of a normal person. Indeed, Klein had never doubted Father Yutravsky's sincerity and agreement when he talked about how precious life was and how the harvest was to be happy. However, the problem was that the teachings of the Church of Earth Mother also mentioned that life was like a plant that would eventually wither and die. It would return to the embrace of Mother Earth, and it would grow back in the next year. A qualified bishop of the Church of Earth Mother wouldn't and couldn't treat life and death the same as the secular world. Regardless, I still have to control Father Yutravsky. This is to protect the believers of Earth Mother and the surrounding people, as well as to protect the half-giant bishop. It's to prevent anything irreversible from happening. As Klein thought to himself, Leonard, who knew a lot about the Harvest Church, also understood the essence of Emlyn's question. He planned on leading his team over in the next 2 days to confirm the situation and cooperate with the official faction in charge of the bridge's south area to protect and imprison the blessed of Earth Mother. After Emlyn heard the answer, he only nodded slowly without saying a word. Seeing his silence, Leonard raised the question he wanted to discuss. Is there anything major hidden in Bakeland recently? What he really wanted to ask was why his Red Gloves team was left behind in the capital of capitals as a mobile force. And just as he said that, the other Tarot members, including Sun, who didn't pay much attention to the outside world, cast their gazes at the world, German Sparrow. From what they knew, every time something happened in Bakeland, Mr. World would more or less have a warning. What other major things are hiding in Bakeland recently? That's a lot. George III Black Emperor ritual, the secret collusion between me and Queen Mystic, the 3 churches' seemingly tacit agreement, but they actually have different attitudes. As Klein's thoughts raced, he suddenly understood what Leonard wanted to ask. After all, the two of them would occasionally communicate privately. That's right, why did they leave Leonard in Bakeland? Because of me, the church doesn't want to place Leonard in Bakeland? Am I thinking too highly of myself? Klein secretly shook his head and rejected the first thought that came to mind. He quickly changed his train of thought and analyzed the problem from the perspective of what Leonard could use. Leonard was only a sequence 5. What use could he be in the turbulent Bakeland? Even if they wanted to use him, they wouldn't use him. They would use me, who is related to him, or Pallas Zoroast. This can eliminate me. At present, I'm still a qualified blessed. If they really want me to do something, they can just directly instruct me. The matter of wiping out all Amon's avatars in Bakeland made the goddess or the church's upper echelons guess that Pallas Zoroast is hiding around Baklund Street, thus making them suspect Leonard? That's possible, and it's not a small one. Back then, I had some worries, but I believed that the church and Pallas Zoroast were on the same side when it came to preventing Amon from becoming a god. We can form a tacit understanding. Even back then, that Grandpa might have chosen Leonard to parasitize him because of this consideration. But why did they leave Pallas Zoroast in Bakeland? To fish for Amon? Even among kings of angels, Amon is ranked at the top. With the goddess unable to descend, it wouldn't be difficult to force Amon away with the church's angels, grade 0 sealed artifacts, and Pallas Zoroast. But killing him is nearly impossible unless his true body isn't here. And if his true body isn't here, it wouldn't be worth such an arrangement. Klein's thoughts rapidly expanded as he quickly had a new inspiration. Fishing up Amon isn't to deal with him, but to restrain Zeratul, who's currently in Bakeland. Similar pathways could be interchanged at higher levels. Furthermore, even if one became a sequence 0 true god, they would still have a strong desire for the uniqueness and sequence 1 beyonder characteristics of a nearby pathway. This was evident from the Evernight goddess's plan. The goddess wants to turn Bakeland into a pot of boiling porridge? Klein made the world Gehrman Sparrow ponder for a few seconds before saying, "That's right." The leader of the secret order, a sequence 1 angel, Emperor Rosel's old friend, Zeratul, is currently hiding in Bakeland. The law of conservation of beyonder characteristics that we often talk about often refers to the conservation of beyonder characteristics of neighboring pathways. In other words, neighboring pathways also have the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics. In other words, neighboring pathways also have the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics. Leonard immediately fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, he deliberated and asked, Marauder and Seer are neighboring pathways? Yes, there's another apprentice pathway, the World German Sparrow answered frankly. Upon hearing their conversation, Magician Fur's first thought of the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics to the attraction between beyonder characteristics mentioned by her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. She then thought of the Saint of Secrets, Bootes, who had been attracted over. Then she began to consider a question. If it's really as Mr. World said, that there's an attraction between beyonder characteristics of neighboring pathways, then could it have attracted Zeradol, who was in Bakeland, to the vicinity? Suddenly, Furs thought of the crow that had been staring at Bootes's back. Furs hurriedly raised her hand, indicating that she had something to say. Seeing that all the members were looking at her, she quickly said, My teacher is a member of the House of Abraham. He wields a rather important sealed artifact. As the first half of the sentence was something that the other members knew apart from the star, Furs didn't think of hiding anything. As for the latter half of the sentence, she made some embellishments, changing it from very important to rather important. Seeing that no one asked any questions, Furs continued, This caused him to occasionally encounter high-sequence beyonders of the apprentice pathway. Previously, when he came to Bakeland, the Aurora Order's Saint of Secrets Bootes appeared nearby. And I noticed that a crow was staring in the direction that Bootes was heading. A crow. The exact situation of the foggy town surfaced in Klein's mind. At the top of the pitch-black cathedral, there were crows flying back and forth, as though they were paying their respects and mourning. And Zeradol's avatar was hidden inside the cathedral. Zeradol is used to using crows as marionettes? This is a mark left behind by him when he was a bizarro sorcerer? In thought, Klein made the world's German sparrow speak. That's very likely Zeradol. I actually met a sequence one angel. Magician's Furs felt a lingering shock and fear. She then recalled that she and Zio had discussed Adam and the possibility of being targeted. For some baffling reason, she had the illusion that she had become the main character. She was only a sequence 7 or sequence 6, but she was already related to a king of angels and a sequence 1 angel. With this in mind, Furs hurriedly turned her head to Miss Justice. Wait, can you hypnotize me to forget some things? I'm afraid that I might accidentally recall it and attract attention. No problem, Audrey replied as she glanced at Zio and nodded at her. As for Leonard, he had some guesses and planned on discussing it with Old Man to hear his opinion. Klein, on the other hand, did not continue to talk about the major events hidden in Bakeland because for the other members of the Tarot, it was too high-end. Not only could they not participate in it directly, but even a complete understanding of it might bring disaster. In this regard, Klein's idea was that some of the Tarot members might be able to help out at some point, but it was just like entrusting a bounty hunter to do something. He didn't want them to get too involved and figure out the whole story. This was a form of protection for them. At this moment, the hanging man Alger surveyed the area. According to my observation, the Church of the Storm isn't very active in this war. Not too active? This doesn't match the image of the Church of the Storm. Although their teachings don't advocate combat, nor do they promote war, they definitely emphasize on treating their enemies with the cruelty of a storm. Any anger will be vented on the spot. Klein was a little surprised when he heard that. Then, he combined it with his understanding of deities and made a preliminary analysis. According to my previous speculations, the storm, sun, reader, spectator, and shepherd are close pathways that can be interchanged at a high level. There should be a huge conflict between them, and the Lord of Storms is most likely the Wind Angel from back then. He had devoured Adam's father, the ancient god of the sun, the City of Silver's creator. Even if he tacitly allowed George III to become the Black Emperor, it's unlikely that he would sit back and watch Adam use the torrent of the times to ascend to the divine throne. Therefore, the Church of the Storm isn't willing to expand the war to the extent that it engulfs the entire world. They're trying their best to restrain their urges? It's really difficult for them. This can explain why Ruan and Intis are strangely silent about Fainapotter's invasion of Lenberg, Mason, and Seeger. The Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Church of the Storm are probably in a dilemma, unable to make up their minds. On the one hand, at the level of deities, it's not like they don't have the possibility of betraying the alliance and dealing with the Church of Knowledge. On the other hand, national strategy urges them to protect those countries. Forcefully going against the understanding that the citizens have formed will lead to the instability of the anchor. Also, once they participate in the war, they will fulfill Adam's wish and fulfill the conditions for him to advance to Sequence 0. Klein deliberately made the world's German sparrow fall silent for a moment before replying to the hanging man's intelligence. At present, this is a necessity. P.S. Requesting a guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. Chapter 1132. In fact, Klein couldn't remember if he had told the hanging man that the 5 pathways — Sailor, Spectator, Sun, Reader, and Secret Suppliant — could be interchanged, unless he used dream divination on the spot to recall it. But since the hanging man had shown his doubts about the Church of the Storm's attitude, it meant that he hadn't thought about the possibility of exchanging pathways. Regardless of whether he didn't know or whether he hadn't connected the two matters, Klein believed that he needed to make things clear so that the members of Tarot could grasp the true stance of the various major factions and avoid many dangers. After the hanging man, Alger, and company cast their gazes over, Klein controlled the world, German Sparrow, and made him say in a low, uncertain tone, "The Storm, Sun, Spectator, Reader, and Secret Suppliant are neighboring pathways. So are Evernight, god of combat and death. And neighboring pathways often become enemies. Of course, this isn't absolute. At the very least, the 7 deities have established an alliance." Upon hearing World's answer, the hanging man, Alger, first recalled how Adam had pushed for the torrent of the times in an attempt to become a god. Following that, thoughts flashed through his mind as he gained a certain understanding of the Church of the Storm's current attitude. This made him feel a rather special sense of superiority and joy, as if he had seen the essence of the matter, surpassing the level of most of the Beyonders in the Church of the Storm. Audrey also had a new understanding of the strange silence of Intis in this war. She became more and more worried about the situation in Lenberg, Mason, and Seeger. In addition, she also knew that she could become an unshadowed, a cataclysmic inter, and a Sequence 4 representative of the Church of Knowledge's demigod. As for the corresponding Sequence 4 of Secret Suppliant, it wasn't even within her consideration. Of course, compared to the others, she preferred Manipulator. She had a fondness for the Spectator pathway from the bottom of her heart. However, she also had a heartfelt fear towards the high-level Beyonders of the Spectator pathway. Vin Rambus had left a rather bad impression on her, and Adam's "any mention of it will be known" had left a psychological scar on her. She had no choice but to frequently do self-analysis to treat the corresponding problems. Katlia had always been very knowledgeable in this area. Apart from what the World German Sparrow had mentioned, she also knew that mystery priors and savants were similar pathways that could be interchanged at high sequences. It was the same for arbiter and lawyer, prisoner and criminal, hunter and assassin, and planter and apothecary. While the other members of the Tarot were lost in their thoughts, the hanging man Alger said to the World's German Sparrow, "Thank you for your answer." He didn't mention what he had figured out. In fact, there was a moment when Alger wanted to leave the Church of the Storm and switch to another pathway. This was at least better than waiting for a slim chance in the church. However, he eventually gave up on this thought. After all, he had been pursuing becoming a cardinal of the Church of the Storm for a long time. Now, he was beginning to yearn to be ranked first among the cardinals, becoming an angel in charge of an agent or ascetic. As for the position of pontiff, Alger didn't yearn for it. This was because it was too close to the Lord of Storms, and he had many secrets. If he were to really be chosen as pontiff, Alger suspected that he would be blasted into a pile of charcoal by a lightning storm the moment he wore the papal tiara. Seeing that the world and the hanged man's exchange had ended, Emlyn asked out of curiosity, "What's the matter? Which pathway can the apothecary pathway be exchanged with?" The sanguine's racial characteristics made it so that none of them wished to switch to other pathways. This was because it often meant that they would lose their identity. Therefore, Emlyn wasn't too concerned about such matters. "The planter pathway of the Church of Earth Mother Earth," Catlia replied casually. "The planter pathway, owned by the Church of Earth Mother." Emlyn frowned bit by bit as he vaguely grasped something. At this moment Zio also asked, "What's the matter? Which pathway is Arbiter related to?" "Lawyer," Catlia replied succinctly. "Lawyer of the Black Emperor pathway. In other words, if I can reach Sequence 5, I can later switch to Sequence 4 of the Black Emperor pathway." And Furs once said that Mr. Fool has a card of blasphemy. It contains all the secrets of the Black Emperor pathway. Zio suddenly realized that there was a glimmer of light in the future. After all, the Arbiter pathway was firmly controlled by the two royal families. Even the corresponding military only had low and mid-sequence potion formulas. If they wanted to advance further at Sequence 5, they needed to be bestowed by the royal family. It was just like how every general had to be conferred a title by the king or queen. And what they obtained was basically a concocted potion and a ritual. To Zio, this meant that it was almost impossible for her to obtain or by the Arbiter pathway's Sequence 4 potion formula. Of course, no matter how tight the defenses were, there would always be loopholes. The military demigods knew of the ritual, and from time to time, they would cooperate with the royal family to hunt powerful Beyonder creatures. They could roughly narrow down the main ingredients to a small range, but this also meant that they had to undergo repeated experiments to confirm it. At the same time, the military demigods were unable to grasp the supplementary ingredient. To rely on them to advance, they could only pray for fate. But now, Zio saw another possibility. At this moment, Audrey had already summarized the similar pathways that Mr. World and Ma Am Hermit had mentioned. "Then," she asked thoughtfully, "what's going on?" "Then," she asked thoughtfully, "prisoner, criminal, hunter, assassin, savant, mystery prior, and monster, which of them are similar pathways?" The German Sparrow World glanced at the hermit and replied with a hoarse voice, "Prisoner, criminal, hunter, assassin, savant, mystery prior, and monster, which of them are similar pathways?" Prisoner and criminal, hunter and assassin, savant and mystery prior are similar pathways that can be interchanged at high-sequence Beyonders. This was all knowledge that Klein could confirm. Among them, the exchange of prisoner and criminal was mentioned by the Red Angel Evil Spirit, and Miss Sharon had tacitly agreed to it. The exchange of savant and mystery prior was personally demonstrated by Roselle the Great. As for hunter and assassin, he was finally certain of it after accumulating information bit by bit. Then what about monster? That's the only one left. The magician's Furs couldn't help but press. Seeing World's silence, Catlia thought for a moment and said, "It's difficult to categorize it as a neighbor of any Beyonder pathway. It's difficult to classify it as a neighbor of any Beyonder pathway. It exists objectively and alone like fate. I can confirm that. It can only be said that the most fundamental order of our world's Beyonder powers might be chaotic and uncoordinated." The reason why Catlia was certain that there was no interchangeable pathways for monsters was because she had relied on analyzing the snake of fate's blood during her advancement. Is that so? Audrey felt a little uncomfortable with such an uncoordinated situation, but she quickly adjusted her mindset. After the exchange, all the members of the Tarot Club looked at the sun. The youth didn't hesitate at all as he directly said, "We've already set off. Currently, we're less than a day away from Afternoon Town. When the time comes, we'll rest for another day or two before we begin exploring the Giant King's court." Sun's words made the hanging man Alger, the hermit Catlia, and company feel as though a myth had entered reality. Compared to places like the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, the Giant King's court was an iconic item that would definitely be mentioned in all sorts of legends and secret documents. What secrets were hidden in it? The answer was about to be revealed. Even though they had followed the world and German Sparrow into the City of Miracles, Liveseed, which was equally famous as the Giant King's court, Leonard and Justice Audrey were secretly excited and looking forward to it. After all, the city imagined by the Dragon King had lost too much in the process of being transferred to Roselle's travels. It didn't leave behind any valuable traces. Apart from the buildings themselves, only the strangeness of the hall could reveal the charm of ancient myths. Furthermore, more importantly, Sun had mentioned that the kings of angels were conspiring in the Giant King's court. At that moment, the fool Klein was thinking about something else. Should I get little Sun to pray to the fool before the exploration, and then use the corresponding crimson star and see God's scepter to expand his vision to a certain distance so that he can watch the live stream? Yes, this way, if anything unexpected happens, I can still provide some help. The only problem is that this method of relying on prayer points of light to observe won't be able to last too long. This has nothing to do with my spirituality. It's just that this connection will dissipate on its own, and it can only last for 45 minutes at most. Get little Sun to pray every once in a while? The premise is that it doesn't affect his battle, and it doesn't attract the attention of the people around him. This way, my spirituality can last for about 2 hours. It's on a completely different level from when I was at Sequence 5. Heh, it's also because I've been digesting my potions very quickly recently. After thinking, Klein didn't say anything. He controlled the world and German Sparrow to hint to Sun. Before exploring the Giant King's court, you can pray to Mr. Fool for good luck. During the process, you can pray many times. Mr. World is really a good person. After Derek sincerely thanked him, he hurriedly turned his body to the end of the long, mottled table. Then, he saw Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in grayish-white fog, nod gently. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. Chapter 1133. The world above the gray fog returned to silence, as though the gathering from before was just an illusion. Klein bent his finger and tapped the edge of the long mottled table, allowing the hermit Catlia's Roselle diary pages to appear once again. Amidst the indescribable silence, Klein cast his gaze at the first paragraph on the first page with a solemn expression. September 27th. I met Miss Ithaca again. I had an exciting but beautiful experience with her. Indeed, I still prefer women of this age. It's not that I'm reminiscing about my youth, but that I haven't changed after so many years. How single-minded. I read your diary so seriously and solemnly, and all you show me is this? The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he lampooned the emperor whose portrait he had only seen. He then reined in his scattered thoughts as his gaze began to move. In a lounge in the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, after Leonard Mitchell opened his eyes, he deliberated for a moment before suppressing his voice. Old man, the secret order's Zeradol seems to be in Bakeland as well. In his mind, the slightly aged voice quickly sounded. Indeed, when Leonard heard this answer, he immediately pressed. Old man, are you familiar with Zeradol? Didn't you say that the Zoroast family and the Zeradol family are powerful nobles of the Solomon Empire? From his point of view, Old Man and Zeradol were former colleagues and had fought side by side. How could they not be familiar with each other? Pallas Zoroast scoffed. The Zeratul I'm familiar with has already perished in the War of the Four Emperors. This one should be his descendant. I might have met him back then, or I might not have met him. Sigh, back then, Zeratul had already obtained clues to the second sequence, one beyonder characteristic from the true creator. He was waiting for the War of the Four Emperors to end before searching for it. If he succeeded, he would be considered a king of angels. Unfortunately, in the War of the Four Emperors, he directly encountered the one from the Antigonus family. That's an existence known as the half-fool, and Bethel Abraham was also involved. He can appear anywhere at any time. If he wasn't quickly expelled and sealed by Evernight and Storm, I probably wouldn't have been able to last until the end of the War of the Four Emperors. The half-fool. Leonard's eyelids twitched when he heard this title as he inexplicably thought of the person above the gray fog. He immediately forced himself to control himself and turned his thoughts to something else. Even from a bystander's description, Mr. Dorr is clearly one of the top existences among the kings of angels. Two true deities had to join forces to expel and seal him. There's a high chance that he is especially good at running and very difficult to kill. And back then, the situation was tense. They had to eliminate a threatening enemy as soon as possible. The old man was reminiscing about the past, and his mood was a little unsettled. He actually said so much in one breath. Amidst his thoughts, Leonard suddenly spoke. I was left in Bakeland because I wanted to use you to lure him on here? The sentiments in Pallas Zoroast's tone vanished as he clicked his tongue. Who guessed that? I don't think it was you. However, it's not bad that you know how to use your own resources to find out the truth. I've been very familiar with this ever since I joined the Nighthawks. Leonard replied in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. Pallas Zoroast continued. That's what I guessed as well. To be frank, your former colleague's relationship with Evernight really puzzles me. If it wasn't for the familiarity of the mysterious power that appeared that day, I wouldn't have dared to make such a guess. Zeratul and I are in Bakeland, and Amon is about to arrive. It's truly a perfect triangular balance. What does that mean? The mysterious power that dealt with Amon came from the Evernight domain, and not Mr. Fool? Does this mean that Mr. Fool and the goddess have a certain level of cooperation, or does one of the upper echelons of the church actually believe in Mr. Fool? Leonard suddenly felt extremely confused and perplexed about his position. Upon seeing Pallas admit that he was rather puzzled, he reined in his thoughts and didn't ask about it. He frowned slightly and said, 2 sequence 1 angels and a king of angels. Will this bring a devastating disaster to Bakeland? He remembered that Amon was a terrifying existence that could silently kill countless people, and he could happily experience life as a victim. With this as a reference, Zeratul, who was of a similar pathway, definitely had extremely terrifying and horrifying powers. If he were to clash with Amon, half of Bakeland or all of Bakeland would become the city of death or the city of bizarreness. Pallas Zoroast laughed and said, balance means that everyone will restrain themselves. Besides, it's very likely that Amon won't let his true body enter Bakeland. At most, he'll summon a large number of avatars. After all, Evernight's inability to do anything doesn't mean that Storm and Steam can't descend. What do you mean? What do you mean by it can't be done? Nader acutely grasped the crux of Old Man's words. Pallas Zoroast's tone turned rather leisurely. Be it because of the war or other reasons, Evernight likely isn't able to interfere with the matters on the ground. Otherwise, why would he draw Amon over to form a balance? He could have directly set up a trap to capture Zeratul or scare away the cowardly seer. Did something happen to the goddess? Leonard suddenly turned nervous. The slightly aged voice replied, it might not be a bad thing. It might also be a good thing. Without waiting for Leonard to ask again, Pallas Zoroast sighed again. Amon was attracted to Bakeland by me. What about Zeratul? What about me? Zeratul likely did it because of you, and you did it because I'm in Bakeland. Leonard replied after some thought. Why do you think you're in Bakeland? Pallas immediately scoffed. Leonard immediately replied, This is an arrangement by the church. It can't be because of the law of beyonder characteristics convergence, right? That's not necessarily the case. Not necessarily. Pallas' tone turned slightly serious. Most of the time, the law of beyonder characteristic convergence isn't something you can directly sense. It's more of an influence on fate. It's just like when you board a train, but you suddenly find the scenery along the way very beautiful. Hence, you get off ahead of time and wander around a small city. This might be because there are beyonders or mystical items of similar pathways nearby. In other words, there's something else in Bakeland that attracted you and Zeratul here, and through you it affected my fate, causing me to be arranged by the church to be in Bakeland most of the time. Leonard sought confirmation with some understanding. Pallas Zoroast slowly sighed. I can't rule out that possibility. Above the gray fog, Klein quickly flipped to a valuable page in the diary. November 21st. As I had made too many preparations in advance, I obtained the chaotic and terrifying Grade 0 sealed artifact faster than I imagined. Then, after a difficult battle and with help, I finally restored it to a pure sequence 1 beyonder characteristic. In a few days, the ritual's preparations will be complete. I should be able to advance to sequence 1 knowledge emperor of the mystery prior pathway. November 26. Clear sky with a gentle breeze. The ritual went smoothly and I digested it thoroughly. The anchor was very stable, and I didn't encounter many difficulties during the entire process. I'm already a sequence 1 angel, the knowledge emperor. From now on, Bernadette no longer needs to worry about the influence of the hidden sage. She can abide by the maxim of do whatever you want, but do no harm and continue on this path. At the same time, being a sequence 1 angel means that I can resist the gaze and corruption from the cosmos to a large extent. I can head to the Crimson Moon to see what's there. Regardless of whether Mr. Dorr is lying or not, everything points to the crux of the problem. If I want to become a true god, I have to figure out the reason. I'll attempt to land on the moon in another 3 days. This is a small step for me, but a huge step for humanity. Haha, that's not what I said. Upon seeing this, Klein recalled Roselle's hysterical diary page, and he increasingly suspected that it was recorded after the Emperor's moon landing. Putting down the remaining unread diary pages, Klein began to recall the contents he had read over the past year through dream divination. He wanted to use the comparison to find clues to Roselle's abnormal mental state in his later years. Not long after, he saw a few lines of text in his dream. This was the theoretical final diary entry of Roselle. I'm unable to give a specific suggestion because I can't see the 7 deities or the true faces of those evil gods. This might have something to do with the contents of the second blasphemy slate hidden by that ancient organization. Unfortunately, I can only roughly guess that there's a hidden portion, but I'm unable to verify it. In this diary entry, the Emperor had solemnly warned his possible companions to be careful of the moon. The dream suddenly shattered as Klein jolted awake. There was a clear look of horror in his eyes. He clearly remembered that Roselle had confirmed that the second blasphemy slate had a hidden portion a long time ago. July 19th, the night of the blood moon. Mr. Dorr's answer has allowed me to confirm one thing. The second blasphemy slate I saw in that ancient secret organization wasn't complete. Did the Emperor forget? No, how could he forget such an important matter? He only looks a little extreme and a little extreme. There's nothing wrong with him, so why is this happening? Klein couldn't help but mutter silently to himself. He had an inexplicable and terrifying feeling. The person who wrote the last diary entry, or rather, that sentence, Roselle the Great, seemed to be a different person. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes for Monday. Chapter 1134. Above the grayish-white fog, Klein silently sat at the end of the long, mottled table, as though he was a stone statue that had existed there for centuries or millennia. He felt a sense of horror that came from the bottom of his heart over his discovery. He felt a chill surge out from the back of his head and spread throughout his body, causing him to tremble in an inconspicuous but real manner. It was as though he had watched a familiar friend turn into a stranger in a short period of time. His actions were abnormal, as though he had been replaced by an impostor. Of course, there was a clearer and more direct analogy in this regard. It was Leonard Mitchell visiting Klein to discuss the matter regarding Pallas Zoroast when he suddenly took out a monocle and put it on. Could it be that after the Emperor ascended to the Crimson Moon, he was unknowingly infected, and he didn't notice it at all? He usually didn't show any abnormalities, and only when he recalled the past in his diary and dissected his inner thoughts and conversed with himself would there be certain subtle signs? Or is this Adam's hypnosis? But at this point in time, Roselle is at least a sequence one. Klein couldn't help but look down at himself, imagining that there was another unknown, completely unknown fellow in his body. He wasn't sure if it could be called a person. This is truly an extreme terror. Klein slowly took a deep breath and forced himself to focus his attention back on Roselle the Great's diary. Soon, he discovered something worth reading carefully. July 28. Once again, I participated in that ancient secret organization's gathering. From the members' idle chatter, I noticed a problem. Is it because I advance too quickly that my experience is relatively lacking? There are actually many things that I haven't heard of? Just like the corruption from the cosmos and underground that they mentioned. I only learned of their existence today for the first time. I wonder how many of them are him. Apart from a very small number of members, most of them don't like others to know of their current level. While others were conversing, I whispered to old Mr. Hermes beside me, hoping to understand more about the corruption of the cosmos and underground. Hermes told me that this isn't knowledge that I can come into contact with at my current level. Just understanding it will cause me to be corrupted. It's actually that terrifying? What could it be? I was even more curious. The old man then told me that the pollution from the underground could be ignored because it would naturally fade with the passage of time. A long time ago, when the ancient gods were active, powerful creatures tried to completely solve this problem, but it only made things more troublesome and caused great losses. Later, they gave up the idea of directly exerting influence and changed to sealing and guarding. From then on, although there were still occasional accidents, it became stable. Today, even if there is no seal, no one is guarding it. As long as no one approaches or tries to enter, there will be no contamination. This is really a surprising situation. It seems like I don't need the main character of this era to solve this problem. Old Mr. Hermes mentioned the cosmos again, saying that the situation there is more complicated, more interesting, and more dangerous than I imagined. He said that even a sequence 2 or sequence 1 angel doesn't have enough knowledge of the cosmos. He only has a general understanding of it and doesn't know that there are many other things apart from danger. If it wasn't for the fact that he once knew an existence that was good at roaming the cosmos and learned many things from him, he wouldn't have said such words. I was very curious, but I didn't have much hope. I asked who the existence that was good at roaming the cosmos was. Old Mr. Hermes didn't hide anything. He said that Mr. Dorr was Bethel Abraham. Mr. Dorr. I pretended not to know anything and casually asked about his level. Hermes didn't answer directly. He only said that in the fourth epoch, even angels and demigods would address him by name in private. Apart from deities like Evernight, Storm, and Earth, there were only a few people like Mr. Dorr who were used to using titles. Is that so? Mr. Dorr's level really isn't low. The pollution that comes from the underground will naturally fade with the passage of time? A road said that the gray fog gives it the feeling of something underground. It wishes for me to return to the throne before exploring the underground. As for Luca Brewster, he said with certainty that the higher the sequence, the greater the danger brought about by the underground. Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his fingers, becoming more and more confused about the situation underground. Fortunately, Hermes's description, the state of the abandoned castle, and the Evernight goddess's attitude seemed to indicate that the contamination that originated from the underground would naturally dissipate. Ignoring it was the best way to deal with it. Phew, then I'll temporarily put aside my worries about the underground. Hermes's words and the bronze door deep in the City of Miracles, Liveseed, can be considered to have verified each other. Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt has really attempted to resolve the problem underground, but all it left behind was horror and a shadow. From the looks of it, the apocalypse is most likely to come from the cosmos, and with my current sequence, I don't even have the right to understand it. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein continued flipping through the diary in his hand with a sigh. After reading a few pages in a row, his eyes suddenly lit up as he locked onto one of the entries. December 31st, the end of the year. This is the best day to make a decision and begin a new story. I've already thought of where the 8 secret mausoleums should be built. I'm just short of the last one. This one has to be more concealed than the previous 8, otherwise it would be meaningless. After a long period of thought, I thought of a place, the nameless island where Grimm was buried. Of course, the abyss is also a choice. However, I can't find a single living devil in the area I can currently enter, so there's no way for me to tame them and make them my citizens to help me build the mausoleum. As for ordinary humans, there's no way for them to survive there. Even powerful Beyonders find it difficult to resist the corruption contained within the abyss. Regardless, the living environment on that nameless island seems pretty good at the moment. The fourth epoch's princes of disorder really have a narrow understanding of the people. The Emperor doesn't only rule over humans and humanoid creatures. All living beings should be my subjects. And on that nameless island, there are many Beyonder creatures without much intelligence. They have long believed in me and followed me. I can easily order them to build the secret mausoleum. At this point, I suddenly recalled that experience. Because I dreamed of Grimm, I brought Edwards, Benjamin, and the others back to that nameless island. I discovered that those Beyonder creatures coexisted harmoniously, gathered together, and held a ritual. And the dead Grimm was among them. I was indeed given a fright back then, feeling a long-lost fear. All of this appeared extremely strange. That time, William died, Porley died, and only Edwards and Benjamin survived. If I hadn't become powerful and wielded a Grade 0 sealed artifact, everyone would have been buried. The power that affected those Beyonder creatures on that nameless island actually came from the cosmos, and those who died from that corruption would return to the source after death. Thankfully, only a small portion of the power that originates from the cosmos can be projected into the real world. I finally resolved the problem and made that nameless island my secret base. Now, it's time for it to come into play. After reading this diary entry, Klein wasn't delighted that he had guessed where Roselle the Great's last mausoleum was. Instead, he frowned slightly. On the one hand, the corruption that originated from the cosmos had truly appeared in front of him. On the other hand, the nameless island wasn't that secret. Apart from the Emperor, Edwards and Benjamin, the 2 survivors, clearly knew of it. It didn't meet Roselle's requirements. Before that, Edwards and Benjamin had already died a natural death, preventing the secret from being divulged. Or did Roselle plan on letting these 2 subordinates stay on the island forever after the mausoleum was successfully built and resolved the problem of mediumship? Of course, if Roselle had the corresponding sealed artifact or Beyonder powers, he could also make Edwards and Benjamin completely lose their memories. Klein fell silent for a moment before flipping through the diary again, searching for the coordinates of the nameless island. However, he didn't see the corresponding content on the last page. Instead, there was a diary entry that vaguely explained some of Roselle's thoughts in his final years. December 27th. I've been feeling restless recently because I'm completely unsure of what's going to happen next. I no longer yearn for help. I'm very satisfied if they can maintain their neutrality. I've placed myself in the most dangerous situation. This is an act of my own initiative, but it's also a choice that I have no other choice. Sometimes I'm very confused. Why did I end up in this situation? Am I being too extreme, or is this the only way? No, at this juncture, I can't have any more confusion. Apart from affecting my state of mind and making my already small hopes even slimmer, it's meaningless. Since I've already come this far, I can only continue walking forward. Success will naturally bring about a bright future. I've placed all my hopes on one sentence, putting oneself on the brink of death to be reborn. From the looks of it, the Emperor has really chosen the method of resurrection after death to escape his madness and corruption. This is crazy. It's like playing Russian roulette with 6 bullets and pinning his hopes on a single bullet going off. People who don't like going to extremes and are good at sudden whims wouldn't even consider the feasibility of such a method. Perhaps it's because the enemy can't guess that the Emperor has a chance of survival. Klein leaned back in his chair and sat silently in the ancient palace for quite a while. When he slowly reined in his scattered thoughts, he considered the problem of finding the nameless island. I remember that Benjamin, who went to the nameless island, seems to be someone from the house of Abraham. I can ask Miss Magicians about this. Yes, I'll be meeting her next. There's no need to specially get the fool to pass the message. It's more appropriate to get Queen Mystic to ask the descendants of Edwards, William, and Porley. After making up his mind, Klein surveyed his surroundings, sighed, and vanished above the gray fog. P.S. I recommend a book, Men Are All Children. It's a work that reflects the growth of young boys into mature men from a male perspective. Chapter 1135. After returning to the real world, Klein immediately took out a pen and paper and wrote a short letter. Investigate the nameless island that caused the deaths of Grimm, William, and Porley. This can be done from Edwards, Benjamin Abraham, and the descendants of the 3 deceased. This was a letter for Queen Mystic Bernadette, so Klein didn't write a reason. He believed that she would understand what it meant. After folding the letter, Klein casually found a candle and began the summoning ritual. After completing the first part, he placed the letter on the altar, took 2 steps back, and chanted softly in ancient Hermes. In my name I summon an invisible creature that roams the upper realm, a strange spirit body that is friendly to humans, a messenger that belongs solely to Bernadette Gustave. Just as he said that, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered as he instinctively activated his spirit vision. However, he didn't see anything. Then, he realized that the letter on the altar had disappeared. Queen Mystic's messenger is very special. I'll use Spirit Body Thread's vision next time. Klein was taken aback as he sighed inwardly. In the evening, under the illumination of the street lamps that were lit up one after another, a carriage drove to the intersection of Bakeland Bridge and East Borough before stopping by the side. Furs, who was wearing a tweed dress and a dark-colored cloak, paid the fare that had increased to 3 soldi and walked out of the rental carriage. She walked slowly along the shadows of the street, prepared to make a huge detour to escape her imaginary stalker. After the tarot gathering ended, she quickly overcame her laziness and left the house. She visited her former teachers, classmates, and colleagues. As for the reason, there was no need to specially search for it. It was very normal to be concerned about friends and acquaintances who had suffered from an air raid. The reason why it wasn't last week was that, in the eyes of the ordinary people, the situation in Bakeland was extremely tense. A new round of attacks could happen at any time. Naturally, everyone tried not to go out as much as possible. Furs had originally prepared an excuse to direct the topic of the hospital's ghost stories during her visit, but to her surprise, she didn't use it at all. Her teachers, classmates, and former colleagues would often take the initiative to talk about such matters after a short chat. Without exception, it gave the illusion that similar situations were happening in all hospitals. No, Furs knew it wasn't an illusion, so she was inexplicably terrified and suspected that she would have nightmares at night because of this. I didn't need to make too many changes. I just needed to change the ending of the patient's miraculous recovery to the point where the patient's physical injuries were healed, but his mental state was completely deranged. It would be a very good horror story. Furthermore, it would take place in a city that everyone was familiar with and a hospital that people would often come into contact with. The sense of immersion was perfect. I could almost foresee the birth of another best-selling novel. I just didn't know if I could handle this theme. The only problem is that this story lacks enough emotion. A certain female patient passionately kisses the face covered in mushrooms and weeds. Isn't this too strange? Furs thought as she walked, and unknowingly, she entered a creative state. At this moment, her vision blurred. She saw a figure walk out from the shadows in front of her, where the gas lamps couldn't illuminate. The figure was wearing a black trench coat and a half-top hat. He had a chiseled, cold face. Other than the lack of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, he looked exactly like the crazy adventurer German Sparrow who ran amok on the 5 seas. Although Furs knew that Mr. World wouldn't hunt her and was here to fulfill the contract, she still couldn't help but tense up. It was like she was facing the strictest teacher when she was studying. Good evening. Her footsteps slowed down, but she still continued forward and greeted him. Klein nodded and didn't say a word. He turned around and walked into a secluded alley to the side. The gas lamps inside had been destroyed, and they couldn't emit any light. Looking at the dark environment, Furs also didn't say a word. She lowered her head slightly and followed behind German Sparrow at an unhurried pace. When they reached the depths of the alley, Klein looked around and said in a deep voice, "Ask your teacher if he knows a person named Benjamin Abraham. Ask your teacher if he knows Benjamin Abraham. If he does, I want all his information and all the words and pictures he left behind." Okay. Furs was a little nervous as she waited for Mr. World to teleport her somewhere else. She didn't expect him to mention another matter for some baffling reason. She nearly couldn't react in time. She didn't ask why and quickly nodded in agreement, as though it was something she couldn't wait to do. Then, she took a deep breath and continued waiting for German Sparrow to approach, grab her shoulder, and begin teleporting. But after a few seconds, nothing happened. Furs looked up in surprise, only to see Mr. World still standing in front of her, looking at her. She then heard the other party speak in a deep voice. "Write it now. Write it now." Furs still didn't ask why. "I have no paper, pen, envelope, or stamp." Before she could finish her sentence, the 4 items were thrown over. Furs caught the items and took a few steps outside. Under the light of the street lamp and the hard walls, she quickly wrote a letter to her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. Klein put his hands in his pockets and waited patiently. He was not impatient at all. In fact, he had long been lurking around Miss Magician's, but he hadn't shown himself. According to the address provided by Furs, he had been secretly monitoring her from the moment she left in the afternoon. And the way he monitored her was to make his marionette pray to see God cavituous from time to time. His true body would go above the gray fog and use the prayer light to observe the situation in the vicinity of the magicians. With the help of true vision, Klein could confirm that Zeradol wasn't targeting Miss Magicians. It was safe to make contact with her. After knowing that Miss Magicians had met Zeradol's marionette, how could Klein be at ease to meet her and travel with her? Now, he was certain that Zeradol had been attracted by the House of Abraham's sealed artifact or the Saint of Secrets Buddhas. As for a mere sequence 6 magicians, she wasn't noticed at all, so she wasn't exposed. A few minutes later, Furs finished writing. She used a sticky herbal powder she carried with her as a paste, sealed the envelope, and stuck the stamp. Furs glanced at the surface of the envelope with her teacher's address and real name and asked hesitantly, "Do I send it to the mailbox now?" She believed that she had to do it herself. She couldn't leave it to the world. Otherwise, it might bring danger to her teacher. Of course, if German Sparrow insisted, Furs felt that there was nothing she could do. Even if she tore the letter apart and ate it, there was still the possibility of being hypnotized or channeled. Klein nodded indiscernibly. "Come back here after you're done." Phew! Furs heaved a long sigh of relief, turned around, and jogged down the street to find the mailbox. After doing all of this and returning to the dark alley, she didn't wait for German Sparrow to say a word. She directly handed over the fountain pen and the remaining 2 stamps. "One is enough." Klein glanced at Miss Magician, took the stamp and fountain pen, and said calmly, "That's not a problem. This means that your teacher lives no more than 100 kilometers away from Bakeland." Furz's expression froze. "So what? I also know that your teacher lives in Pritz Harbor, and there's a high chance that he hasn't moved away. As for why I gave you 3 stamps, of course it's on purpose." Klein mumbled inwardly as he took a few steps and came in front of Miss Magician's. He then reached out with his left hand, which was wearing a transparent glove, and grabbed the lady's shoulder. Magician's Furs subconsciously lowered her head again. The colors in the surroundings suddenly thickened and stacked on top of each other. Countless figures with indescribable forms quickly appeared. When her vision returned to normal, Furs raised her head reflexively and was about to say thank you. However, German Sparrow's figure had already disappeared. Furs looked around in a daze and realized that she was standing in an empty corner. In front of her was a door, and there was a commotion and the fragrance of alcohol outside. Furs tugged at her cloak and walked out of the door with the timidity of a foreigner. She saw many men dressed in pirate attire. They had short knives by their waists and pistols by their side. They were drinking hard liquor and discussing who was stronger between the fleets of Faisac and Rouen in high spirits. Many women dressed in gorgeous clothes mingled among them like dancing butterflies. She wore a long Bakeland-style dress and a dark-colored cloak. Her brown hair was long and slightly curly, and she had a mature bearing. However, her expression was timid. At that moment, she was like a lamb that had barged into a pack of wolves. She was so incongruous and eye-catching that she quickly attracted gazes. She vaguely felt that the language that those people spoke to her was a little familiar. It seemed to be a branch of a language that she had learned before, but she still couldn't understand it in a short period of time. Where am I? What am I doing? Who are they? While Furs was at a loss, a burly man squeezed his way over and spoke in choppy Rouen. 10 soli for 1 night. Furs was also someone who had mingled in many Beyonder circles. Although she didn't know where she was, she knew very well what she had encountered. A strange glint condensed in her eyes as they flashed before finally settling on one. An indescribable majesty emanated from her body, causing the people around her to subconsciously avoid her gaze. This was the authority of a judge, a qualitative change in the abilities of an arbiter. Berserk Sea, Thero's Island. Danitz hid in the shadows, carefully and attentively monitoring the intelligence peddler, Bart's. Chapter 1136. As a hunter with a shadow cloak, Donna's hiding and monitoring abilities had always been good. Back then, he had even helped the German Sparrow ambush steal Mavady. At this moment, he didn't reveal any traces of himself. He only found it a little boring and desperately wished for Anderson to come and take over as soon as possible. When will such a life end? Vice Admiral Ailment quickly appear. No, not now. I'll wait for Anderson to come. Donnas examined himself and rationally ended his prayer. He was worried that a pirate admiral at the level of Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy would discover him hiding in the shadows, and he lacked the courage and confidence to do so. Of course, if he wore the boxing glove, none of this would be a problem. As long as he made decisions quickly enough, cowardice and fear wouldn't be able to catch up to him. You seem very vexed? Suddenly, a voice sounded in Donna's ears. Donna's jumped in fright as he suddenly jumped out of the shadows. An orange-red flame quickly took form in his hand. At the same time, he cast his gaze towards the source of the voice and saw Anderson hiding in a thicket. There were branches with green leaves sticking out of his head, almost fusing with the environment. T. It was unknown if Donnas was cursing Anderson or himself. After venting his anger, he said, "When did you come?" 2 minutes ago, Anderson replied with a smile. "You hid well. I didn't even manage to find you immediately. All I could do was follow your habit of hiding and casually ask a question." For a moment, Danitz didn't know if he should be proud or cursing angrily. He asked with mixed feelings, "If I had maintained my composure, you wouldn't have been able to discover me?" In theory. Anderson smiled without minding it at all. But as an experienced hunter, there's more than one solution. Donnas was just about to ask what other solutions there were when he suddenly saw Baz extinguish the candle in the room and prepare to sleep. After nearly a minute, in the darkness, the blurry figure of the intelligence peddler, Baz, appeared by the window. With a light leap, he landed in a dark spot outside the room. That was where Donnas was hiding. He, who had merged back into the shadows, was almost stepped on by his target. Baz then followed the shadows and walked towards the beach. Bullshit. Only then did Donnas show himself. He pointed his middle finger at his target's back. Anderson also left the thicket. As he plucked the branches on his head, he smiled at Donnas. "Looks like we'll get something tonight." Donnas cast a glance at the strongest hunter of fog sea across him and nodded vigorously. "I hope it's Vice Admiral Ailment." He immediately took Anderson with him, and with the help of the shadows that existed in the night, he followed the intelligence peddler at an appropriate distance. "He's not stupid after all," Anderson chuckled after observing for a while. Donnas scoffed in his heart but did not respond. Since he wasn't wearing his boxing gloves, he knew very well that this wasn't an occasion to taunt and provoke each other. 15 minutes later, Baz arrived at the beach. He stood on the beach and stared at the deep blue sea illuminated by the crimson moonlight. He didn't wait too long before a massive silhouette appeared in the depths of the sea. Gradually, it formed a black ship with a white flag fluttering in the wind. On the flag, 2 gloomy blue flames were burning inside a pitch-black skull. The Black Death. Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's flagship, Black Death. Donnas instantly became excited. If he hadn't turned into a shadow, his pupils would definitely have widened in a bid to take in more light and see every detail of the ship. He subconsciously moved forward a distance, hoping to confirm if Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy was on the ship. The gigantic sailboat approached, and the two in the shadows could gradually see the sailors busying themselves on the deck. "Is there a dock here to dock? Or should I give Baz a small boat and let him row over himself?" Just as these thoughts flashed through Donna's mind, he heard Anderson suppress his voice. "Leave this place." Donna's greatest strength was that he was good at obeying the instructions of those in authority. Be it Edwina Edwards or German Sparrow, he would at most grumble, but he would never compromise his actions. At that moment, although he wore a puzzled look and had the intention to retort and stand by his thoughts, he first used the shadows to silently leave the beach. When he could no longer see the Black Death, and could only hear the faint sound of the waves, Donnas left the shadows and appeared in the forest. He anxiously asked, "Aren't you going to confirm if Vice Admiral Ailment is around?" Anderson sized up Donnas and chuckled. "Never underestimate beyonders who are famous at sea but have lived to this day. Every pirate admiral is a target that needs to be treated with caution. You absolutely can't be careless." Donnas subconsciously replied, "Admiral of Blood Seigneur, Admiral Hell Ludwell." They were pirate admirals who had been easily finished off by a crazy adventurer. They were all pirate admirals who were easily dealt with by a crazy adventurer. Anderson was momentarily at a loss for words to refute Donnas. After a few seconds, he said, Therefore, isn't Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, who was also attacked by the German Sparrow and managed to survive, more important? Donnes thought about it carefully and felt that Andrewson's words made sense. He was about to speak when he felt an itch in his throat and cough. After coughing a few times, his throat began to swell, and the smell of rust came out. "See, I told you to be careful." Anderson also clenched his fist and pressed it to his mouth. He coughed lightly, but his reaction wasn't as drastic as Dannett's. Tracy must have spread all sorts of diseases in the area around the ship. Once anyone approaches, they will quickly be infected and exposed. Such a large-scale use of her powers means that she has completely digested the Sequence 5 potion and has a chance of advancing to Sequence 4. Why wouldn't she have advanced to Sequence 4? As he was far from the source of the infection, Donnes quickly calmed down as he instinctively retorted. "Then, you're either on the Black Death or you've contracted the Black Death and are about to die." Andrewson turned his body halfway and cast his gaze towards the invisible seaside. Tracy's usage of the disease was a bit of a trick. She likely only maintained the disease in the area directly in front of her and ignored the other 3 directions. Then, with the help of the wind, it affected the people on the shore. Having said that, Andrewson clapped his hands and revealed a smile once again. "Doesn't our encounter prove that Vice Admiral Ailment is indeed on the ship? You can inform German Sparrow." Donnes didn't hesitate any further as he immediately set up a ritual to summon the messenger. Andrewson used the excuse of preventing any accidents to walk out of the forest. At 3 in the morning, it was pitch black in Baekeland's East Burrow apart from the moonlight and stars. Klein was wearing cotton pajamas and a nightcap that protected his hairstyle. He sat on the bed and received the letter from Rionette Tynker without asking any questions. After opening it, he calmly got up and took out a fountain pen from his pocket. He wrote on the back of the letter, "Return to the port city and await further instructions." After watching Miss Messenger leave, Klein unhurriedly changed into a shirt, a vest, a bow tie, and a black trench coat. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. He used the topaz spirit pendulum to divine the danger level of this operation and received almost no revelation. Without any hesitation, Klein returned to the real world. Standing in front of the mirror, he picked up his half-top hat and wore it. In the room outside, Marionettes Konas and Anuni opened their eyes on the bunk bed. On the Black Death, in an empty room, a figure quickly outlined itself. He had black hair and brown eyes, and his facial features were cold and stiff. It was none other than German Sparrow. Under the dim crimson moonlight, Klein swept his gaze and casually found a chair to sit down. He enjoyed the night view of the sea outside the window. In the captain's cabin a floor away, Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, who was wearing a white shirt and beige trousers, watched in disgust as Baz left the room. She reflexively tugged at her collar as her expression gradually turned solemn. She had just learned that Blazing Donnes and the strongest hunter, Anderson, had been staying on Thero's island recently with an unknown motive. "They are all related to German Sparrow. That fellow is looking for me?" Tracy narrowed her eyes and walked to the window without any hesitation. She was prepared to instruct the sailors on the deck to turn the ship around and leave the waters. At this moment, her thoughts suddenly froze, as though she had fallen into a state where she knew she was dreaming, but she couldn't escape no matter how hard she struggled. Not good. Black flames suddenly drilled out of Tracy's body in an attempt to burn away any external influences. However, the flames were able to flow smoothly in the beginning, but later on, they became intermittent as they constantly dripped to the ground like withered petals. A strong sense of despair surged in Tracy's heart as her thoughts turned sluggish. She couldn't care less about anything else as she hurriedly condensed a layer of translucent ice crystals on the surface of her body, allowing the invisible threads to coil around her in layers. At this moment, the door to the captain's cabin creaked open. German Sparrow, who was wearing a silk top hat and a black trench coat, walked in. Right on the heels of that, he politely closed the door. Amidst a light creaking sound, the entire captain's cabin immediately became extremely quiet. There was no longer the sound of the waves, as though it had been isolated from the real world. As for the invisible spider silk that wrapped around Tracy, it seemed to misunderstand the orders as it tightly bound Vice Admiral Ailment, preventing her from moving or using her beyonder powers. Distortion. Tracy's thoughts recovered as her brain no longer felt frozen. What do you want to do? She couldn't hide her horror as she looked at the approaching German sparrow. What she couldn't understand was why Klein had given up on the attempt of turning her into a marionette when she clearly didn't have the strength to resist. The reason why Klein did this was because he was worried that Vice Admiral Ailment and the Demoness of White had a very close blood relationship. This way, Tracy's death would be sensed by the demigod who was good at curses, allowing her to avoid it ahead of time. Tap, tap. Amidst the sound of footsteps, Klein stopped in front of the Demoness. Chapter 1137. Seeing that German sparrow didn't say a word, Tracy's heart slowly sank, as though it had fallen into an ice cavern. Looking at Vice Admiral Ailment, who had a look of despair on her face, Klein took out a piece of paper from his pocket. With a flick of his wrist, it flew forward like a poker card. With a whoosh, the piece of paper seemed to be made of metal as it sliced through a small amount of invisible spider silk and sliced through the crystalline ice crystals. It streaked across Tracy's upper left arm, producing a blooming flower of blood. The surface of the piece of paper was quickly dyed red as it flew past the Demoness, who had been trapped in her spot, and spun back into Klein's palm. Tracy originally imagined that the piece of paper would be aimed at her throat, but she never expected it to be aimed at her arm. She was momentarily stunned until German Sparrow folded the piece of paper and placed it into an iron cigar case. Only then did she snap to her senses and ask, "Your true goal is to find Katerina?" Klein casually placed the iron cigar case back into his pocket and didn't answer. Instead, he calmly asked, "Are you her descendant?" Upon hearing this, Tracy, who was still trapped by the ice crystals and spider silk, suddenly chuckled. "I'm not only her descendant. I'm her child. Daughter." As Klein was glad that he didn't rashly kill her, causing Demoness of White Katerina to sense him, he subconsciously analyzed if Katerina was Ailment Maiden Tracy's mother or father. If Katerina was once a man, it was indeed possible that she was Tracy's father. But the problem was that she was already a Sequence 4 demigod during the Pale Disaster at the end of the 4th epoch, and the assassin pathway would change from male to female at the Sequence 7 witch stage. In other words, for Katerina to be Tracy's father, Tracy had to be at least 1,300 years old, and it was impossible for a Sequence 5 Beyonder to live that long. Even most Sequence 4 and 3 saints were unable to do so. There's only one answer. That is, Tracy was born by Katerina herself, and it happened in the last few decades. An elderly woman over 1,000 years old. Klein nodded slightly and confirmed without any change in expression. "She's your mother?" Tracy's expression suddenly became a little strange. "No, mother." Klein was about to ask what was the difference between this and his mother. In essence, wasn't one more formal and the other more colloquial? However, Tracy had already sneered to herself. "My mother is another person. She used to be my father. Your Demoness family sure is messy. But this isn't a reason for you to spread the disaster to the outside world." Klein used his clown powers to control his facial muscles and continued looking at the Ailment Maiden with a deadpan expression. Tracy, who was already in a dire situation, had given up on herself. Without waiting for German Sparrow to respond, she sighed and gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Perhaps I was a mistake from the moment I was born. Abnormal parents, abnormal family relationships, and abnormal members of the church. They shaped and hurt me. When I was 8 years old, I discovered that my father, who I had always secretly idolized as a role model, had suddenly turned into a woman. Furthermore, he was becoming more and more delicate by the day, and he was becoming better at using his charms. Later on, he even found a male friend and gave birth to a younger brother for me. Can you imagine how I felt? When I ran away from home and came to the sea, after years of hard work, I finally found my normal self and social cognition. I understood what I really wanted. A potion made me become a woman. A woman, Klein listened quietly and said without any change in his speed, "Your instigation skills aren't bad." Tracy turned agape and finally sighed. She smiled with a complicated expression and said, "I admit that I was trying to arouse your sympathy. Everyone yearns to live. Isn't that wrong? However, I didn't say a word of falsehood. Those are all my life experiences." She didn't exaggerate her pain and sorrow as she paused for a moment. "Before you kill me, I would like to ask a question. It won't put you in a difficult position." "What is it?" Klein looked at the demoness opposite him. Tracy hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "Before you assassinated me, did Elaine know about this?" Klein fell silent for a moment. She didn't know what would happen. Tracy's face immediately lit up. "Really?" Without waiting for German Sparrow's response, she revealed an extremely complicated expression. "Before I die, can I ask you one more thing? If you meet Elaine again, tell her that I'm very guilty about what happened in the past, but I don't regret it." With that said, Tracy attempted to shake her head, but she was restrained by the transparent ice crystals and invisible spider silk, preventing her from succeeding. All she could do was give a self-deprecating laugh. "Forget it. There's no need to tell her. Let's leave it at that. You can do it now." With that said, Tracy closed her eyes. After waiting for a few seconds, she didn't feel the pain she expected. Instead, she heard German Sparrow say in a deep voice, "Say it. Everyone is not to disturb me." Tracy was surprised. Her heart was filled with puzzlement as her expression turned confused. However, since she was already facing death, such a small matter was not worth bothering about. She didn't think too much about it and opened her mouth. Without thinking further, she opened her mouth and said, "Everyone is not to disturb me." Just as she said that, the same voice echoed in the Black Death, louder than before. The pirates didn't suspect anything. It was as though they were following a strange pattern. They instinctively avoided the captain's cabin and continued busying themselves. The captain had said not to disturb her, so they naturally wouldn't look for her during this period of time. At the same time, Tracy saw German Sparrow take off his top hat and press it to his chest. He bowed slightly at her, as though he was bidding her farewell. Then, she felt like she was isolated from the entire world. There was silence around her, and even the crazy adventurer had vanished. She had obtained the undisturbed environment she wanted. The lawyer pathways, magnification, and distortion. The layer of ice on Tracy's body began to melt, but the invisible spider silk remained firmly binding her, preventing her from doing anything. She couldn't even change her center of gravity. Hence, she could only stand there like a lifelike wax figurine. "He didn't kill me." Tracy looked ahead blankly, momentarily in disbelief. She didn't believe that German Sparrow didn't take action because he pitied her. This crazy adventurer had killed many pirates, and he had never shown mercy. And although Tracy didn't believe herself to be a normal demoness and hadn't done many things worthy of a demoness, as a pirate, how could she not do bad things? Be it selling slaves or plundering ships, she was experienced. Similarly, Tracy didn't believe that German Sparrow had been moved by her beauty and experience to the point of coveting her. This was because his gaze was so cold, as though he was looking at a dead person. There must be other factors. Tracy's thoughts raced as she made connections from the matters she might be involved in. Soon, she came to a conclusion. It's likely that I'm too close to Mother by blood, and demonesses are good at curses. Once I die, Mother will immediately sense it and realize that something is wrong here. She will then avoid it in advance, preventing German Sparrow from finding a target in his subsequent actions. Therefore, He left me alive without being able to communicate with others. From the looks of it, regardless of whether his operation against Mother succeeds or fails, he might come back to kill me. And if I want to live, I have to successfully save myself first. In Tracy's heart, she actually didn't have very deep feelings for her mother, Katerina. This demoness of unaging had lived for a long time, and most of the time, she maintained a youthful attitude by interacting with young people. She was often warm to the children she was occasionally interested in giving birth to, but she was cold most of the time. However, as she grew older, Katerina commented that Tracy was becoming more and more like her past self, so she received more love and help. However, Tracy didn't want such attention. This caused her to lose her original gender, and she was in an inextricable pain. Phew. Although I hate her and blame her, I still unconsciously rely on her. I wish that she would respect my opinion more. I hope that she can escape German Sparrow's pursuit. Tracy began to struggle again, trying to break free from her bound state. On the one hand, she was trying to save herself, and on the other hand, she wanted to inform her mother as soon as possible. She wanted her to be careful of German Sparrow. Of course, Tracy suspected that German Sparrow, who had only recently advanced to Sequence 4, could harm her mother, who had survived from the fourth epoch, a demoness who was known as unaging. However, she didn't hold any hopes of getting lucky. This was because German Sparrow had a helper, the death consul that even her mother feared. Plop! Tracy finally fell to the ground and attempted to roll towards the desk, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move her body. She was fighting against none other than the distorted and magnified version of herself. Above the gray fog, Klein was already sitting in the fool's high-back chair. He placed the piece of paper that was stained with Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's blood on the surface of the long-modeled table. Following that, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote a divination statement. The current location of Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's mother, Katerina. Putting down the fountain pen, Klein held the two pieces of paper, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and softly repeated the words he had just written. After repeating it 7 times, he entered a dream and saw a tall Gothic bell tower appear in the gray world. Around the bell tower, Katerina, who was dressed in a holy white robe, stood in the shadows of a few buildings. She observed her surroundings with a heavy expression, as though she was searching for something. And the crimson moon hung high in the sky, and its position was identical to what Klein had seen before he entered the gray fog. This meant that Demoness of White Katerina was still in Bakeland. She was in Westborough, pursuing a particular target. Chapter 1138. After ending the divination and returning to the real world, Klein walked to the room outside his rented apartment and looked at the crimson moon in the night sky outside the window. He silently pondered for nearly a minute. Perhaps there's still a chance to digest the potion. Finally, he mumbled silently, found something, and disappeared into the shadows with his 2 marionettes. In Bakeland, he no longer dared to use Flaming Jump, afraid that Zeratul would sense it. After all, he couldn't ignite Will Ossepton's folded paper crane every time as a precaution. This was disrespectful to the Snake of Fate, and it was easy for their family to be targeted by Dr. Allen if he kept visiting them. In the blink of an eye, Klein appeared behind the tall Gothic bell tower in his dream, hiding in the shadows. This was Bakeland's iconic bell of order. Right on the heels of that, he and his 2 marionettes split up, each occupying a different hiding spot. After doing all of this, Klein quickly transformed a rat into a marionette and made it run to the edge of his control. It opened its mouth and softly chanted an honorific name. The great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife, Demoness of White Katerina is in this area. Klein was fulfilling his agreement with the Red Angel evil spirit, and he also hoped that this former high-level creature would step into a possible trap for him. At the same time, he was a little puzzled about Sauron Einhorn Medici's true intentions. He didn't plan on being in a hurry to seek help from the Church of Evernight or Queen Mystic Bernadette. He planned on watching from the sidelines to confirm the situation so as to prevent others from falling into a trap. Just as the prayer ended, the gray rat suddenly convulsed a little and quietly fell to the side of the trash can. It had already lost its life and was no longer Klein's marionette. This was a way for Klein to prevent himself from being marked by the Red Angel evil spirit. As for himself, after abandoning the rat marionette, he immediately left the area where the Bell of Order was with Konas and Enuni. Then, a few kilometers away, he got the winner to pray to see God Cavituous. After praying, the man and the two puppets continued to retreat, putting quite a distance between them. Then, Klein hid in a storeroom in a particular building, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived above the gray fog, where he sat at the fool's seat. He then waved his hand and summoned the sea god scepter. With the help of Winner's prayer light, he expanded his range and observed the situation of the target zone. At the same time, Klein's other hand held the piece of paper stained with Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's blood. With such a medium and a general range, it didn't take long for Klein to find the invisible demoness of White Katerina with his true vision. The beautiful woman with black hair and blue eyes was wearing a holy white robe. She was like a weightless feather, gently floating in the streets and alleys. Even if the patrolling policemen looked in the right direction, they would not be able to discover her existence. If not for the gray fog's help, Klein could only rely on his spirit body threads to see through this level of invisibility. Taking a deep breath, Klein patiently waited for the Red Angel evil spirit to appear, and he also observed what Katerina was looking for. He suspected that the demoness of White's target was Trissy Cheek. Time passed minute by minute, and the crimson moon gradually tilted. Katerina, who wandered around the Bell of Order for a while without any results, revealed a slightly frustrated and disappointed expression, as if she might leave that area at any moment. As for the Red Angel evil spirit, he didn't appear. This Sauron Einhorn Medici was just lying to me and didn't really treat the demoness of White as a target? No, there's no need for that. If that's the case, his condition would be meaningless. The Red Angel evil spirit has actually already arrived at the scene, but he didn't immediately take action like me. He is waiting for my companions and I to fight Katerina before cleaning up the mess? I also want to wait for him and that demoness battle to reach the most intense stage before suddenly appearing and plundering the biggest fruit. As Klein's thoughts raced, he had a vague guess. He suspected that the Red Angel evil spirit was as cautious, careful, and level-headed as him. He hoped to be the fisherman who reeled in the net, not the net. This is really troublesome. Next, it'll depend on who's more patient. Klein muttered silently as he continued observing the situation around the Bell of Order through the prayer light. Tick, tick, tick. The second hand beat at the same rhythm in the quiet night. Demoness of White Katerina's expression became more and more gloomy. Suddenly, she cast her gaze at the glass window of a building. In the dim night, it was like a mirror that reflected the things in front of it. Katerina's beautiful blue eyes flashed slightly, and the surface of the mirror immediately turned dark. It was as though there were countless objects and layers of space hidden inside. The glass window seemed to have become a passageway to the otherworld world. Klein's heart stirred. Combined with the various Beyonder powers that Demoness Trissy had displayed that were related to mirrors, he suspected that Katerina was about to use the mirror world to leave this place and end tonight's hunt. How can the Red Angel evil spirit endure it? Klein's mind tensed up as he instinctively wanted to put down the sea god's scepter and return to the real world to take action against the Demoness of White, preventing her from leaving just like that. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Klein ultimately didn't move. He felt that he could still wait a little longer. This was because even if Katerina left the area around the Bell of Order, as long as she didn't discover that something had happened to her daughter, Tracy, Klein could locate her again. When the time came, he could first summon a Rhodes and ask about the target's specific abilities and items. Then, he could seek Queen Mystic Bernadette's help or borrow a Grade 1 sealed artifact from the Church of Evernight. He could tilt the scales of victory in his favor before taking action. I didn't deliberately hide anything in this operation. If I were to borrow a sealed artifact and the Archbishop gave it to me, it means that the goddess's true attitude regarding George III matter is, she doesn't like that king becoming the Black Emperor, but she can only tacitly agree to it. If someone is willing to destroy the ritual, she's very willing to provide some help. Klein calmed his slightly anxious emotions and relaxed his state of observation. At that moment, Demoness of White Katarina's expression returned to normal. She floated in front of the glass window and entered as though she didn't have a physical body. The layers of illusory world inside the mirror converged as though it was constantly distancing itself. At this moment, Klein, who was using his true vision to observe the area below, seemed to hear a shrill female scream. This scream seemed to come from another world. It contained extreme fear and disbelief. As for the residents in the surrounding area, none of them woke up. No one heard it. Is this Katarina's scream? What exactly happened to her? Klein's gaze instantly froze as he thought of something. The Red Angel evil spirit was also an evil spirit. It could also use Mirror Blink to use this medium. In other words, he was definitely no stranger to the world in the mirror. Could it be that Sauron Einhorn Medici had been hiding in the mirror all this while, waiting for the Demoness of White to fall into the trap? As Klein's pupils dilated, the gloom and darkness in the glass window disappeared. The mirror lost all its uniqueness and returned to its original state. After a few seconds, at the bottom of the glass window, bits of bright red slowly seeped out, condensing into a liquid that slid down. Wherever the liquid passed, grayish-white spread out, covering the original light yellow, as though it was a stone that had been embedded. Tap, tap, tap. The drops of liquid landed on the ground and dyed the ground. They were as red as blood and as beautiful as flowers. Upon seeing this scene, Klein's facial muscles twitched slightly. Then, he forcefully used his clown powers to control his expression. This kind of ending was a little out of his expectations. A Demoness of Unaging who had lived for more than 1,000 years, a powerful and experienced Sequence 3 saint, seemed to be unable to put up any resistance in front of the Red Angel evil spirit's trap. Just like that, she remained motionless. As for Klein himself, even with his 2 marionettes and the sealed artifacts he possessed, he was still slightly inferior to Katarina's pure strength. He had to rely on advanced preparations to make up for it. This also meant that if he were to face the Red Angel evil spirit, he probably wouldn't have a better outcome. He would similarly be powerless and insignificant, and he could only slowly sink in the flood. This is the former King of Angels? Even though he hasn't recovered to his peak strength, he still makes me feel despair. Seeing that the blood seeping out of the glass window had gradually decreased, Klein took a deep breath and returned to the real world. Following that, he switched places with Winner Enuni, his marionette, and teleported him to the glass window. When a Bizarro sorcerer switched places, they could choose to switch their bodies and external objects. However, there was no way to be precise at this level. It wasn't possible for Klein to leave behind whatever external object he wanted. He could only choose to leave everything behind or not leave anything behind. Just as Enuni, who was wearing the appearance of German Sparrow, appeared, he faced the glass window and said in a deep voice, "I've already fulfilled my promise. I've already fulfilled my promise." A figure instantly appeared on the glass window. He was wearing a black robe with red patterns. He casually wore a hood, revealing his soft lines, brown skin, and pale face. He was none other than the gatekeeper who had been possessed by Sauron Einhorn Medici. "Well done," the young man said with a smile as he walked down from the window. Upon hearing this, Klein took out an item from his pocket and curled up the corners of his mouth as he replied in a rather pleasant manner, "That's right. You've done well too. As he spoke, he blew at the monocle in his hand and wore it on his left eye. Sauron Einhorn Medici's smile immediately froze. P.S. Llewellyn created a secret interactive game and placed it in the Discovery page _event. Everyone can give it a try. This is the first wave, and it's mainly to test the effect. There will be more and better ones in the future. The next time might be to test if I'm Grumpy Bro, Proud Brainiac, or Night Owl, as well as what the specific Beyonder job is. Chapter 1139. For an instant, the cold night became abnormally hot, as though invisible magma was surging. However, everything quickly returned to normal. The Red Angel evil spirit sized up Klein and smiled as though nothing had happened. I'll say it again. You have the talent of a provocateur. Back when Zeratul was digesting the Bizarro sorcerer potion, he didn't dare to pretend to be Amon in front of me. His tone didn't contain any anger. He didn't say why Zeratul didn't dare, but when his gaze swept past Klein, he felt as though he had fallen into the depths of a glacier as his body turned cold. This was what his main body felt. Even with a marionette in between, the hair on the back of his neck and back still stood on end. Without needing Sauron Einhorn Medici to say anything else, Klein already understood the hidden meaning behind his words. Anyone who dared to use such a method to scare him would suffer the punishment of iron and blood on the spot. Looking at the Red Angel evil spirit in front of him, who had a converged aura but gave off an extremely lofty vibe, Klein couldn't help but mutter inwardly. If it wasn't for the fact that the Bizarro sorcerer potion had been digested to a large extent, I would have really imagined that your will was as strong as steel, and that your strength had recovered to at least the level of a sequence 1. And now I can basically confirm that under your calm performance, there's a strong fear of Amon. This also means that your current level is at most sequence 2. Furthermore, I'm already mentally prepared to lose a marionette. In order to digest the potion as quickly as possible, this is a risk I have to take. If Donas were here, he could take the opportunity to shout "coward" twice. Then, even if he drank 4 or 5 bottles of the provocateur potion, he would still be able to quickly digest it. Klein didn't agitate the Red Angel evil spirit any further. He smiled and took off the monocle. During the Solomon Empire, Zeratul should have already been an angel. How can he still be digesting the Bizarro sorcerer potion? I'm talking about young Zeratul, Sauron Einhorn Medici replied casually. This is consistent with the description of the grandpa in Leonard. Klein nodded indiscernibly and changed the topic. You've already finished off the Demoness of White? What do you think? The Red Angel evil spirit laughed and said, Also, you have to be polite. Since Katarina calls herself the Saintess of White, don't call her Demoness. Courtesy. A hunter is emphasizing on courtesy. At that instant, Klein really wanted to twitch the corner of his mouth to express the absurdity in his heart, but he ultimately held himself back. From the looks of it, provocation isn't limited to mocking and cursing. Donis, who only knows how to curse once, is a disgrace to all hunters. Klein thought as he spoke. I have fulfilled my promise. I think you wouldn't mind giving me a small reward. Payment. The Red Angel evil spirit scoffed and asked in return. Klein didn't care about his attitude as he continued. I want to communicate with the Demoness of White and ask her some questions. That's all? The Red Angel evil spirit asked in amusement. Klein nodded. Yes. No problem. Sauron Einhorn Medici raised his right hand and grabbed at his glabella. From there, he dragged out a slightly blurry illusory figure. It was none other than the Saintess of White, Katarina, who had a blank and horrified expression. Can we communicate in private? Klein looked around when he saw this. The Red Angel evil spirit immediately laughed. Do you still need a separate room? Use your brain and think about it. Even if you want to hide the question you asked, I can still know the details through Katarina's spirit. Unless you don't plan on returning her to me? Or are you a little boy who needs a sense of ritual? Klein made the marionette reply without any expression. I have a way to make her forget my question. This was both the truth and a lie. The truth was that Klein could indeed use Vin Rambise's manipulator beyonder characteristic to complete this task. However, it was relatively difficult and the failure rate was very high. Furthermore, the negative effects weren't small. The lie was because Klein didn't plan on doing so at all. This would expose many important matters. He only had one goal in saying this: to make the Red Angel evil spirit suspect that what he asked wasn't the truth. He would believe that there was still a crucial part hidden beneath the surface, thus ignoring the value of the question on the surface. This was miraculous for people who were suspicious. Of course, Klein didn't have any extravagant hopes of success. After all, he was facing the Red Angel who was in charge of conspiracies. That's right. After Sauron Einhorn Medici heard Klein's answer, his body suddenly vanished and was reflected in the glass window. Klein glanced at the blood that had already condensed into gray stones and regretfully brought the somewhat muddle-headed demoness of White Katarina away from the area with the glass and came to a dark alley. He then took out candles, essential oils, and herbal powder, set up an altar, and prayed to the Evernight goddess, hoping to complete mediumship through ritualistic magic. This was a skill he had mastered when he was a Nighthawk. With the completion of the ritual, a majestic, terrifying, and hidden power descended from an indescribable height, causing the surroundings to become abnormally quiet. Klein's eyes instantly turned dark, as though the night had condensed. He then saw more things around Katarina's spirit. He saw a shimmering, hazy mind storm. He easily passed through the obstacles and faced the demoness of White's body of heart and mind. Has the cooperation between the demoness sect and George III ended? Klein didn't let his guard down. He first started with less sensitive questions to observe Katarina's condition. The dazed and confused look on Katarina's face disappeared a little as she nodded with a pure smile. Yes. Then why are you still in Bakeland? Klein asked further. Katarina replied with a solemn expression. Pursuing Trissy. She took away an important sealed artifact. What sealed artifact is that? Klein immediately recalled the unique sapphire ring that Demoness Trissy had once worn. Demoness of White Katarina said with a pious expression, That's right. It's related to the Primordial's awakening. Other than having a high enough level and being at level 0, it doesn't have any special abilities. Indeed, it's related to the Primordial Demoness. You even changed Trissy's name to Trissy Cheek. Klein didn't reveal that he knew the Primordial Demoness' true name. Do you know where the other 8 mausoleums of George III are? Katarina frowned slightly and replied in a pitiful manner, They're in the southwestern suburbs of Bakeland, Alwa County, East Chester County. The Demoness of White first briefly explained where the 8 mausoleums were located. Following that, she introduced the specific locations and situations in detail. The 8 mausoleums have long been repaired. They have temporarily closed the teleportation passageway. Even with the corresponding charms, there's no way to open it again. And it's almost impossible to find them directly from the outside world. Apart from Prince Grove, Duchess Georgina, the 2 angels of the royal family, and George III himself, no one can enter. Yes, that's where Kona's Kilgore often hunts. It matches my guess. This means that the Demoness of White isn't lying. I'll go above the gray fog to confirm it later. If that's really the case, it'll be rather troublesome. In the present situation, be it Prince Grove or Duchess Georgina, they're definitely in the sights of the angels. The most difficult thing is how to enter the ruins. Once I enter, the subsequent stages won't be that dangerous. The war has already broken out, and I need to resist the Faceac people. And the number of demigods is limited. It's impossible for George III to have a saint guard every ruin and get an angel to provide aid. As Klein's thoughts raced, he first raised a question. The royal family has 2 angels? In fact, it's not only that. because George III himself might very well be one as well, Demoness of White Caterina answered honestly. Demoness of White Caterina answered honestly, one of the two angels is the founder of the Lone Kingdom, Protector William I, who survived from the fourth epoch. He is a sequence one hand of order of the arbiter pathway. The other is the former Duke of Southville, Blink Augustus. He is a sequence 2 balancer of the arbiter pathway. As for how many grade 0 sealed artifacts the royal family has, I'm not sure. The founder on the 10-pound bill is still alive? It feels like history has entered reality. Klein ended his thoughts, nodded, and asked, "What's the matter?" He then asked, "Why are you cooperating with George III? For a conqueror beyonder characteristic. It's now in our hands." Katerina's expression turned a little excited. Conqueror was the name of the Red Priest Pathway's Sequence 1 potion. Then, will it belong to the primordial demoness, or the upper echelons of your church? Klein asked thoughtfully. What are the upper echelons of your church? It will be sacrificed to the primordial, but we have to first find the sealed artifact that Trissy took away. Currently, it's in the custody of the Saintess of Darkness. The upper echelons of our church all use colors as their code names. Katerina answered truthfully. After understanding more details, Klein stopped the mediumship and dealt with the altar, allowing the demoness of white spirit to return to the glass window from before. As for himself, his figure suddenly turned transparent. With the help of teleportation, he vanished from the area and met up with his main body and another marionette. After watching German Sparrow leave, the dazed and confused look on Katerina's face suddenly vanished. Her expression became extremely spirited. She then entered the glass window that had turned dark once again. A few seconds later, Sauron Einhorn Medici, who was wearing a black robe with red patterns, and Demoness of White Caterina walked out of the mirror together. The latter's figure was clear and filled with flesh and blood. There were no signs of death at all. Are you saying that he's asking about the other 8 secret mausoleums of George III? The power of mediumship originates from Evernight? The Red Angel evil spirit stroked its chin and turned its head to ask Katerina. The Demoness of White nodded slightly. Yes. The Red Angel evil spirit immediately laughed. He doesn't want George III to become the Black Emperor. Katerina's eyes darted around as she revealed a smile. But it's impossible for him to succeed. No matter how fast he improves and how much help he can receive, there's no way he can resist the combined forces of the royal family, the military, and that organization. No, it's just the Augustus family. With his level and strength, there's no way he can shake them unless Evernight personally takes action. At this point, the Demoness of White asked casually, "I'm very surprised. I'm very surprised. Why didn't you just kill me after gaining the absolute advantage?" The Red Angel evil spirit glanced at her and slowly curled up the corners of his mouth. "Do you think you have the right to be my true target? P.S. Recommend a book. The author is Jean Schuinger, a god of online literature during the Age of Enlightenment. The title of the book is The Sword of Commandership. It's a story of a top athlete who was bestowed true love by the god of love, but fell in love with swords. He was reborn in a new world where martial arts competitions were all the rage, and he ascended to the top. Chapter 1140. Upon hearing the Red Angel evil spirit's answer, Demoness of White Katerina's expression instantly froze. She couldn't help it. Sauron Einhorn Medici laughed and continued, "You should have become a demigod at the end of the fourth epoch. You should have become a demigod at the end of the fourth epoch. It's been more than 1,000 years, and you still haven't become an angel. Don't you feel inferior? As for that fellow from before, he originally had to rely on Aztec eggers to face you head-on. He was as weak as a newly hatched chick, but now, in less than a year, he has already advanced to Sequence 4 and obtained godhood. He has the strength to fight you. Don't you have any thoughts about this?" Don't you think that the previous 1,000 years were a waste? Even a dog might have pushed open that door and become an angel after living for more than 1,000 years. I know what you're thinking. On one hand, you're jealous, and on the other hand, you have a twisted desire. You want to prove yourself by sleeping with him. Which is like you are truly laughable. On the one hand, you have to insist that you're originally a man in your heart to avoid losing yourself and losing control. On the other hand, you have to display your feminine charms and attempt extreme pleasure and intense love. Hunters like us don't have this problem. No matter what gender we were originally, all we have to do is fight, fight, and fight. The primordial is really a twisted fellow. It would be much better for a pure woman to take the path of a demoness. The main goal of you passing down the damage from generation to generation is actually to take revenge on fate, right? Every word from the Red Angel evil spirit was like a sharp arrow that stabbed into demoness of White Katarina's heart, causing her pure and exquisite face to twitch. Her smooth, raven-black hair seemed to grow a little thicker. Sauron Einhorn Medici glanced at Katarina and immediately chuckled. Don't tell me you've lost control because of my provocation? What a nostalgic feeling. The Red Angel evil spirit paused for a moment before saying, You can leave now. If there's anything, remember to recite my honorific name. Of course, I'll come to you directly if necessary. Demoness of White Katarina's expression returned to normal. She frowned slightly and asked in disbelief, You want me to leave just like that? The Red Angel evil spirit chuckled. Why? You want to sleep with me? If the timing was right, it wasn't impossible, but there were still important things to do now. Don't worry. Since you've already recited my honorific name and given me a drop of your blood, you'll be under my watch and can be affected by me at any time. Have you forgotten the difference between an angel and a saint? Don't you know how powerful those with high positions are? Hee, unless you directly pray to the primordial one and receive a response, you will never be able to escape my gaze. Normally speaking, angels are able to do such a thing, but that is only limited to the situation where only my honorific name has been read. If you don't believe me, I allow you to seek the help of angels. Demoness of White Katarina listened with a slightly gloomy expression. Finally, she smiled. As you wish, Lord Medici. Sauron Einhorn Medici's eyebrows twitched and he said, You don't seem to know your place. I can even imagine the state you were in when you faced the German sparrow. But I don't care. I forgot to tell you. It's best you immediately confirm the condition of your bloodline descendant. Don't you think there's a problem with German sparrow being able to find you so easily? Katarina's face turned a little pale at first before turning solemn and solemn. She slowly nodded. And said, I understand. After saying that, she immediately retreated and entered the glass window again. Through the illusionary layers of the world in the mirror, it was unknown where she had gone. Seeing the demoness of white disappear, the Red Angel evil spirit's left cheek suddenly split open with a bloody gash as he let out a voice. What a good actress. She made herself appear as though she's not good at controlling her expression. She's a little restless, but she lacks sufficient intelligence. It's very easy for her to be discovered. That's right. This way, there's a high chance that we'll underestimate her and lower our guard against her. The Red Angel evil spirit's right cheek also split open with a hideous blood-colored crack. TSK, demonesses are indeed cunning. However, I never underestimate any prey, the Red Angel evil spirit said with a normal mouth. The Red Angel evil spirit said with a normal mouth, She wants to numb me and make me underestimate her. It's impossible. The bloody gash on the left side of his face opened and closed as he replied, Then why were you captured by a Listitutor back then? That's because of the two of you. The personality belonging to Medici curled his lips and said, It has nothing to do with underestimating her. The blood-colored crack on his right snorted and said, How does it feel to be someone else's prey, the great god of war, the Red Angel beside the Creator? Not bad. Medici's expression turned a little gloomy, but his words seemed to be at ease. The personality belonging to Sauron said with the crack on his left cheek, "You really like to use bluffs to achieve your goals. You're too fond of bluffing to achieve your goals." Alista and the others saw through your bluff and seized the opportunity. And just now, you were bluffing Katerina again. Clearly, you could only show some of your aura and rely on traps and surprise attacks to deal a certain amount of damage. There was no way to quickly finish her off, but you had to pretend that you had recovered to sequence 1 and trick her into chanting your honorific name and handing over her blood. Medici curled his lips again and said, "Bluffing is also a normal way of playing poker. Bluffing is also a normal way of playing poker. The effect is pretty good, isn't it?" At this point, the Red Angel chuckled and said, "Besides, it's not purely a bluff. Besides, it's not just a bluff. What I like the most is to mix 1 or 2 truths with several bluffs, waiting for the guy who thinks that he has seen through my disguise to step into the trap, just like the mistake you 2 idiots made back then. But you were the first to die." The 2 cracks on the Red Angel evil spirit's face replied at the same time. Medici said without hesitation, "That means that I'm the strongest and most valued." With that said, the 3 personalities of the Red Angel evil spirit fell silent at the same time. With that said, the 3 personalities of the Red Angel evil spirit fell silent at the same time. After a few seconds, the blood-colored rift representing Einhorn opened and closed. The connection between German Sparrow and Evernight is closer than I imagined. He should have sensed Katerina's true state just now. Medici chuckled and said, "It's fine. This was something that he had tacitly agreed to. Previously, during the Great Smog of Bakeland, those who took direct action had all disappeared. Only that demoness named Trissy was still alive. Doesn't that explain some problems?" Sauron and Einhorn didn't say another word as they allowed the bloody wound on their cheeks to squirm and recover. The Red Angel evil spirit was reflected in the glass window and disappeared from the area around the Bell of Order. Above the grayish-white fog inside the ancient palace, Klein looked at the topaz pendant that was spinning clockwise in his hand and nodded indiscernibly. He had already used spirit dowsing to confirm Katerina's answers and come to a conclusion that was sufficiently real. Right on the heels of that, he relied on the situation of the 8 secret mausoleums that he had already learned to do a dream divination. He saw the corresponding area and a blurry state. This made Klein realize that it was impossible to enter using normal methods. Even a pry that eliminates any interference would find it difficult to locate the interior. This is very troublesome. Also, the state of the Demoness of White's spirit channeling is different from that of Kona's Kilgore and Vin Rambus from before. There are too many expressions, and her answers are more proactive. Is this something special about a Demoness, or is there another factor? With a thought, Klein beckoned for a piece of paper stained with Vice Admiral Ailment's blood. He wrote down the corresponding sentence and did a dream divination to find a target. In the gray world, Klein saw Tracy, who had already escaped the restraints of her spider silk. He saw the Demoness staring out the window. A black and illusory storm filled the air, and it was unknown where it came from. Tracy has escaped. There's no sadness on her face, only a certain amount of anger and confusion. Is her parent-child relationship with the Demoness of White that bad? Perhaps. Just as Klein was feeling puzzled, he saw black flames suddenly burn, causing his dream to quickly melt and shatter. He opened his eyes and confirmed that he could no longer use the blood in his hand to divine Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. This was because a demigod-level expert had used a mystic spell to sever the connection between the two. Could it be that Demoness of White Katerina isn't dead yet? Right, when the Red Angel evil spirit answered me, it was a rhetorical question. It didn't admit at all. Back then, I was channeling a living person's spirit. Klein was immediately enlightened as he hurriedly did another divination and finally confirmed that the Demoness of White was still alive. Indeed, the Red Angel evil spirit's true target isn't the demoness of white. Also, based on the feedback from the progress of the potion's digestion, can it be that the Red Angel evil spirit is weaker than I imagined? It hasn't even recovered to sequence 2, so it can't quickly finish off the demoness of white and can only be subdued by other means? Klein pondered for a moment, but he couldn't come to a certain conclusion. He quickly reined in his thoughts and stopped considering this problem. This was because he had already obtained the information he wanted from Demoness of White Katerina. Klein put down the piece of paper stained with Vice Admiral Ailment's blood and suddenly chuckled. It severed a certain connection between the blood and the main body, preventing divination and prophecy from being used as a medium? I wonder if smearing it on the surface of Roselle's travels will still be effective? After looking at the piece of paper for a few seconds, Klein temporarily gave up on the idea of experimenting because there was no need for it at the moment. His focus quickly shifted to whether there was a way to enter the other 8 mausoleums of George III. Normal methods probably won't work. If I can think of it, the angels and saints like George III and him will definitely be able to think of it as well if it wasn't for the fact that the deities have already tacitly agreed to it. Printing this matter into a flyer and distributing it might have a certain effect. Yes, fixed-point teleportation. Tudor ruins. This, as he thought about it, Klein's heart suddenly stirred as he had a guess. Chapter 1141. In the magnificent palace above the grey fog, Klein stretched out his right hand and tapped the edge of the long mottled table. He silently muttered to himself, "The 5 major families of the Tudor dynasty are Ammon, Abraham, Antigonus, Jacob, and Tamara. The ones who helped Alista Tudor become Blood Emperor were Adam, Ammon, Abraham, and the other kings of angels. Can this be inferred that during the Tudor-Tuluan-Sostal United Empire, Ammon and Abraham stood beside one of the 2 consul, Alista? If that's the case, then Blood Emperor Alista Tudor didn't plan on switching pathways in the beginning. When he secretly built the mausoleum, he would have sought help from one or more of Ammon, Abraham, or Antigonus. As for Bethel Abraham, he's Mr. Door, and he's in control of the apprentice pathway. In terms of teleportation, even a true god might not be able to compare to him. Therefore, is it possible that the fixed teleportation in the Tudor ruins was set up by Bethel Abraham? The probability is very high. Yes, only an important figure like Mr. Door can allow the entry and exit of secret ruins to reach such a level. It's impossible for my divination above the grey fog to locate him, and it's difficult for an angel who's in charge of concealment to directly infiltrate. Amidst his thoughts, Klein was more and more inclined to believe that his guess was close to the truth. I wonder if Mr. Door left behind the corresponding information to provide accurate positioning information or other methods of entry and exit. This will require Miss Magicians to ask her teacher again. Sigh, I really hope that Miss Magicians can become a traveler as soon as possible. That way, I won't need to rely on writing letters to contact her teacher. I can directly teleport over. Yes, I can do it now, but recording so many trips will scare her teacher and attract suspicion. How troublesome, if the House of Abraham doesn't have any records left behind, should I attempt to speak to Mr. Door. That's not only troublesome, it's also dangerous. Most importantly, Miss Magicians hasn't reached sequence 5. She can't hear me clearly every time, much less respond to Mr. Door. It's impossible for me to turn her into my marionette or descend and possess her body. Back when Klein first pulled Magician's furs above the grey fog, he had seriously considered the problem of communicating with Mr. Door through her after he advanced. Later, the more he learned, the more fearful he became. He didn't dare take the risk. Moreover, at his current level, he lacked sufficiently effective and safe method. After a series of thoughts, Klein suddenly sighed softly and said a word, "You're not a good person." Patience. Above the sea, on an island where pirates were more active. Furs picked up the glass and took a sip of the transparent, colorless liquid expectantly. her face scrunched up, as if she had tasted something disgusting. Pooey, isn't this Lanty proof too inferior? Why are they drinking it so happily? Furs put down the glass, raised her right hand and fanned her mouth. She muttered softly, apart from the high alcohol content, it has no other advantages. Oh right, it's also cheap. After drinking a mouthful of cold water from another cup, Furs picked up a fountain pen and wrote in a rather poor quality notebook. The pirates here only pursue strong alcohol, and they pay attention to the price. To them, getting drunk is more important than anything else. 3 pirate friends I know told me that this port city was built by them. In the beginning, they docked their ships here, hid their harvest, and settled their families. Later, bankrupt people, adventurers, and tax evaders came here and settled down. They opened up wastelands on the island and built houses. Later, a trading market was formed, and the merchants at sea swarmed over like sharks that smelled blood. At this point, Furs raised her head and looked at the 3 pirates who were curled up in the corner. "Do you have anything else to say?" The 3 burly pirates shuddered at the same time, scowling miserably. "No, I really don't. I have to say, imitating Mr. World to deal with pirates feels pretty good." Furs sighed inwardly, shook her head, retracted her gaze, and continued writing. "The atmosphere here is very open. If a woman takes a liking to a man, she can also name a price. Similarly, if a man takes a liking to another man, and if a woman takes a liking to another woman, it's also possible. According to my 3 pirate friends, because of the long period of depression and boredom, it's inevitable that some people would try taboo behavior. In this aspect, they were very honest, and each described their own experiences. In addition, they let me know something I didn't dare to believe in the past. Pirates actually advocated democracy and justice. This has completely subverted my understanding. But if I think about it carefully, it doesn't seem difficult to understand. At least they didn't say that they were pursuing justice. The explanation given by my 3 pirate friends is that when a person and their weapons don't have absolute strength, the majority on a pirate ship will definitely prevail. Furthermore, steering a large ship requires the cooperation of many people. When these factors add up, it leads to a pirate crew being very democratic. Every once in a while, a captain will be voted out or even killed by his subordinate. I believe that if a captain has absolute strength, the pirate crew will definitely develop into another form. At this point, Furs looked out the window again. She saw that under the blue sky and white clouds, buildings made of wood or stone surrounded a market. From time to time, she could see a few children in tattered clothes hopping past. Listening to the lively commotion, Furs wrote again, "That's right. There's no urban planning here. Everyone casually builds houses and expands the borders. As a result, many roads can only accommodate one person. There's no sunlight at all. My first thought was that once a fire broke out, the consequences would be terrible. Bakeland once had a similar tragedy. However, my 3 pirate friends told me that it wasn't worth worrying about. This is because it's humid and rainy here, and people with strange powers don't try to hide it. This place hasn't been affected by the war. Although it's chaotic, it gives people a sense of tranquility. Also, what they're most afraid of isn't King of the 5 Seas Nast, nor are they afraid of all sorts of terrifying legends, but the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow. Every pirate is warning each other not to drink too late, not to walk at night, and not to relieve themselves in alleys because it might very well cause them to go missing. And the murderer is rumored to be that gentleman. This is a form of hunting?" As she wrote, Furs's expression gradually turned solemn. She hurriedly took out another stack of paper and continued with the existing content. "The hospital's nights are always filled with a special coldness. The darkness outside the window is also thicker than other places. No one knows why the lady in the single ward would get her family to bring mushrooms and weeds. No one knows where these things end up. In short, there aren't any signs of a fire in the ward, nor are there any junk outside. This makes the nurses suspect that the patient is secretly eating the mushrooms and weeds in Afternoon Town, which was built on a mountain and divided into upper, middle, and lower levels, in the City of Silver's camp. Derek Berg clasped his hands and placed them in front of his mouth. He softly chanted, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." After chanting piously, he stood up, picked up the ancient cross covered in verdigris, and walked towards the bonfire outside. As the unshadowed crucifix rejected other mystical items, his hammer, Thunder God's roar, could only be carried by Chaim and Joshua for the time being. While the City of Silver's expedition team was gathering, Klein, who was in Bakeland, had already arrived above the gray fog. He picked up the sea god's scepter, and with the expansion and contraction of one of the crimson stars, he saw the situation in Afternoon Town and expanded his vision towards the giant king's court. If he didn't use the prayer light and the sea god's scepter, just by using the crimson stars, Klein temporarily didn't have such a wide range of observation. As he moved his gaze, Klein's eyes gradually reflected a resplendent but gloomy dusk. The area where the dusk enveloped was filled with countless palaces, towers, and majestic city walls. They were magnificent and gorgeous, as though they were a miracle that only existed in myths and legends. Furthermore, they had been frozen in time. Giant King's Court. Klein attempted to zoom in, but he realized that he couldn't see the exact situation beneath the dusk, as expected of an ancient god's divine kingdom. Furthermore, it's not the kind that has been abandoned or hidden. It's no wonder the kings of angels chose this place as a secret gathering spot. I hope that little son's prayer after entering the giant king's court will help me see it a little more clearly. Klein nodded in thought. At the same time, he cast a portion of his attention to Shepherd Elder Lovia and discovered that the lady was hiding an illusory silver full-body armor. This should be the evil spirit that she grazed. I haven't seen the true creator exert any influence on it for now. Klein slowly exhaled as he patiently waited for the subsequent development. After a while, under Chief Colin Iliad's lead, Derek Berg and the other 9 members of the expedition team left the Afternoon Town camp. They followed the gray stone staircase, passing through the towering and dark buildings as they headed for the peak. They were at least sequence 6 Beyonders, and most of them belonged to the warrior pathway. They advanced at a relatively fast speed, and after clearing a few waves of monsters that were mainly rotting giants, they finally arrived at the area shrouded in dusk. They were shocked by the magnificent buildings that exuded a strong sense of epicness. No one spoke for a moment. This was also the first time they had encountered a place where there was natural light without alternating lightning. Demon Hunter Colin narrowed his eyes, took out a metal bottle, and drank the liquid inside. After generations of changes, they were already more accustomed to the dark environment with frequent lightning. They had an instinctive fear towards the situation of dusk. They were both hopeful and fearful. After drinking the potion they had prepared and mentally preparing themselves, Colin Iliad and Shepherd Lovia led the members of the expedition team into the area with the light of dusk. Before Derek could sense anything, he saw the unshadowed crucifix in his hand fall to the ground, revealing a corporeal body formed from pure light. The light emitted by the corporeal body was no longer clear. It was dyed with the orange-red color unique to dusk. Right on the heels of that, Derek felt his condition plummet to rock bottom. It was as though he was at the most exhausted moment of daytime. He was prepared to welcome the approaching night. Chapter 1142. The huge building stood quietly in the frozen dusk. There was no sound around it, as though it was an oil painting. While traversing through such an environment, Derek Berg was even more tense than when exploring the depths of the darkness. The hair on his back stood on end. After entering the area enveloped in dusk, the entire expedition team, including Chief Colin Iliad and Shepherd Elder Lovia, inevitably showed signs of exhaustion and decline. They felt as though they were nearing the end of their lives, and as they proceeded forward, the rotting giants that wandered the roads or rushed out of different buildings increased in number and strength. With one side weakened and the other strengthened, it became difficult to advance. After a few intense battles, the City of Silver's expedition team finally broke through the monsters' blockade and obstruction. They arrived at an extremely quiet area without any sound. It left their scalps tingling. With regards to this, Demon Hunter Colin Iliad had no choice but to break the silence and remind them, "This means that we have truly entered the Giant King's court and are about to approach the core. This means that we have truly entered the Giant King's court and are about to approach the core. The danger level will only increase and not decrease." Upon hearing this, a small number of members of the expedition team wavered due to the influence of dusk. From their point of view, although they didn't dare to stay most of the time in the earlier stages, afraid that they would be surrounded by the rotting giants, there was still a situation where they could rest and adjust themselves after clearing out all the monsters in a small area. They had obtained quite a number of Beyonder characteristics, mystical ingredients, and potion formulas. It could be said that they had gained enough from this exploration, and there was no need to continue venturing deeper. What they needed to do now was to find a suitable building and set up an advance base in preparation for the second exploration. Faced with such a suggestion, Colin Iliad didn't say anything else. He only emphasized that the goal of this exploration was to figure out the general situation of the Giant King's court as much as possible, so as to accumulate enough information for the subsequent operations. Then, he got a team member named Antiona to pacify those who had wavered. As Shepherd Elder Lovia also supported the chief, the small number of members of the expedition team quickly adjusted their mentality and followed the chief quietly. After a while, they saw a huge stone staircase. It was grayish-white in color, but it was dyed with an orange-yellow glow. It was both gorgeous and silent. Each level of the staircase was relatively high. If it were an ordinary human, it would definitely be very strenuous for them to walk. Fortunately, the shortest member of the expedition team, Elder Lovia, was close to 9 meters tall and could control strong winds. Above the huge staircase was a majestic city wall that one had to look up to see the top. There were many burn marks on it, and some places were pierced by arrows that were as thick as ordinary trees and several meters long, causing some of the stones to collapse. In the middle of the city wall was a pair of double doors that were dozens of meters tall. The color of the door was more grayish-blue, and there were many golden nails embedded in it. 2 guards stood outside the door, giving off a strong sense of oppression just by looking at them. They were about 5 to 6 meters tall and wore exquisite and sturdy silver full-body armor. One of them held a greatsword, while the other held a giant axe to the ground. Behind their visors, there was an orange-red light that looked like a single eye. Silver Knight. Demon Hunter Colin raised his right hand and held his sword horizontally, stopping the members of the expedition team behind him. He had already unsheathed the 2 swords on his back and smeared them with different drugs. Silver Knight. Derek Berg's eyelids twitched as his heart palpitated. He had recently come into contact with some information that only the upper echelons knew from the chief. He knew that the Giant Pathways Sequence 3 was called Silver Knight, and he also knew that the City of Silver lacked the correct potion formula, but they had the corresponding Beyonder characteristics. What surprised and horrified Derek was that the gatekeepers at the core of the Giant King's court were 2 Sequence 3 demigods. This was a level higher than the strongest combat power of the City of Silver, and this was only the area of the King's court's entrance. If he could go deeper, it was unknown what he would encounter. After his horror, Derek couldn't help but feel a certain sense of anticipation. Perhaps, in the Giant King's court, he could find the potion formula for the Giant Pathway after Sequence 4. That way, the chief might become a Silver Knight, greatly increasing the strength of the City of Silver. When the time came, he would be able to explore the Giant King's court further, find more potion formulas, hunt more monsters, and obtain more high-level Beyonder characteristics and mystical ingredients. Subconsciously, Derek looked around and realized that Joshua, Chaim, Antiona, and the other members of the expedition team had the same reaction as him. They were nervous and fearful, but also a little hopeful. At this moment, Shepherd Elder Lovia took 2 steps forward and stood beside Colin Iliad. She looked up at the grayish-blue door and the 2 silver knights, who were in an unknown state. If there's only one, we have a chance of dealing with it. What she really meant was that with 2 silver knights, even if they were willing to suffer massive casualties, there was no way for them to wipe out the enemy. After all, even if the chief could control his mythical creature form and could normally fight a sequence 3, the environment here didn't allow him to make such an attempt. The shroud of dusk brought about decay, and what could originally be withstood might not be withstood. Colin Iliad nodded and glanced at Lovia and Derek Bird. After observing the area ahead for a while, he said, "That's right." After observing for a while, he said, "From the looks of it, as long as we don't approach the door, the 2 guards won't attack us. Perhaps we can try to lure one of the Silver Knights away and do a solo cleanup?" The female warrior named Antiona deliberated and made a suggestion. She had medium-length burgundy hair, and her facial features weren't considered exquisite, but when combined, they were extremely imposing and beautiful. In this expedition, her main mission was to rely on a sealed artifact she wielded to treat the psychological problems of her team members and resist enemies with psychic domain powers. Antiona's actual idea was for her and the other members to lure one of the Silver Knights away and rely on the terrain and their cooperation to deal with it. Meanwhile, the chief and Elder Lovia would join forces to deal with the remaining one, hoping to finish it off as soon as possible. This was a textbook method of dealing with similar situations in the City of Silver. Even if there's only one Silver Knight, it will be very difficult. Furthermore, there's no guarantee that the Silver Knight you lure away won't directly reveal its mythical creature form. Demon Hunter Colin calmly rejected Antiona's suggestion. Ignoring the fact that the Silver Knight had powerful Beyonder powers, as long as it revealed its mythical creature form, most of the members of the City of Silver's expedition team wouldn't be able to look at it directly. They would be affected, making it impossible for them to deal with it. Without waiting for the other team members to speak, Colin Iliad looked back and said, "Let's take another path. Let's take another path." Derek found some information in Afternoon Town's Reflection World. It records a passageway behind the giant king's court. Shepherd Elder Lovia's gaze immediately cast at Derek Bird. Her gaze was indifferent, calm, and emotionless. Derek subconsciously raised the unshadowed crucifix in his hand a little higher, restraining his indescribable trembling. "All right." Lovia agreed with Colin Iliad's suggestion. Hence, the expedition team retreated from the huge stone staircase and circled to the left. Before long, they saw a rugged path. On the right was a towering cliff, and on the left was a bottomless cloud that was tainted with the light of dusk. Of course, the path was only relative to the giant. To the members of the City of Silver's expedition team, it was still relatively spacious. As they walked forward, Derek and company's spiritual perception was triggered at the same time as they subconsciously looked to the side. At the edge of the cliff, grayish-blue swollen palms reached out from the orange-red clouds. They were densely packed and difficult to count. If they were all giants, even if they were only Sequence 7 or Sequence 6 giants, this number was enough to wipe out the City of Silver's expedition team. Colin Iliad was just about to swing the sword in his hand when Derek suddenly had a subtle feeling. He hurriedly raised the unshadowed crucifix in his hand a little higher and pressed a finger on a particular thorn, causing bright red blood to seep out. The glow of dusk emitted by the pure cross suddenly brightened, as if it had returned to the state of noon. They surged towards the edge of the cliff, enveloping the grayish-blue giants that were attempting to climb up. These giants froze at the same time as their bodies faded inch by inch, quickly melting away. They weren't real giants, but the wraiths and shadows left behind by the giants after their tragic deaths. Therefore, the unshadowed crucifix could sense them. It was a saint-level sealed artifact of the Sun Domain, the nemesis of wraiths, shadows, and evil spirits. After easily finishing off these monsters, the City of Silver's expedition team continued advancing warily. After a while, they finally circled around the mountain wall and cliff and saw a dark forest. In the forest, the trees were dozens of meters tall and extremely thick. However, their bark was peeling off, and their trunks were rotting. Their leaves and branches were withered, giving off a sense of decline. The branches and leaves were supposed to be entangled together, forming a barrier in midair to block the light of dusk, making the interior dim. But at this moment, due to the large number of collapsed trees, the orange-red light had already scattered across most of the forest that could be seen with the naked eye. This is the waning forest where the giant ancestor, the parents of the giant king, is buried. Derek looked ahead and silently calculated how much longer he could use the unshadowed crucifix before speaking to the chief and his teammate. Colin Iliad stared at the forest for a while and said, "It's already been destroyed. Even if there's any remaining danger, it won't be too strong. We can attempt to explore it." "Yes, Your Excellency," Derek replied without hesitation. "My cross can resist the environment here. I will walk in front." He remembered that Mr. World had warned him that there might be some kind of corruption lurking in the forest, and that the unshadowed crucifix could provide an effective warning. The white-haired Colin nodded slightly. "Be careful of your surroundings." Derek took a silent breath and strode towards the waning forest. At the same time, he used the convenience of walking in front to softly recite Mr. Fool's honorific name. Then, Klein, who had his vision blocked by the dusk and had been offline for a period of time, could finally see the exact situation. However, he was unable to expand his vision too far. Chapter 1143. The interior of the forest, which should have been dark and decaying, was filled with the orange-red light of dusk. Where it was intense, it was like a burning fire. However, it inevitably brought with it a sense of glory that was about to end and irreversible. Derek Berg held the unshadowed crucifix condensed from pure light as he slowly walked in front. To his left was the grizzled demon hunter Colin Iliad, who held 2 swords in his hands. To his right was Hyam, who held Thunder God's roar. This 2-meter-tall half-giant was prepared to exchange his sealed artifact with Derek at any moment. The light emitted by the unshadowed crucifix became even dimmer here, as if the sun had already set to the horizon, leaving only a wisp of golden afterglow. Of course, the people in the City of Silver had never seen such a scene before. They could only rely on the descriptions in ancient literature to imagine it. Similarly, today was the first time they had seen what dusk was. Woo! As the exploration team ventured deeper, the waning forest, which was so quiet that it was almost frozen, began to have the sound of wind, as if countless living beings were crying in the depths. However, Derek and the rest didn't feel the wind blowing on them at all. Woo! The sound of the wind became more and more intense, shaking his soul. Derek suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. It made his hair stand on end, and his body and mind turned cold. Normally, a human's instinct would be to shrink their necks, raise their arms, and block behind them. They would then half-turn their bodies to observe the situation and prepare to launch an attack. However, Derek didn't do so. This was because in a dangerous environment, rashly turning one's head would often result in an extremely terrifying situation. Furthermore, he had the chief and his teammates behind him. He had full confidence that they would be able to react in time and place his life in their hand. With a whoosh, the silver blade, which was surrounded by tiny electric snakes, flew past Derek's neck and evaporated into the light of dusk with a blurry and distorted figure. At the same time, the unshadowed crucifix seemed to have received some sort of stimulation. It suddenly broke free from its dim state, allowing the light it emitted to become bright and pure once again. It was dawn in the surrounding area. Indescribable black shadows appeared one after another in the light of dawn and quickly melted away. After everything calmed down, Derek stared ahead and asked in puzzlement, "What's going on? What are these?" Unlike vengeful spirits, shadows, and evil spirits, Demon Hunter Colin looked around and slowly said, "Some kind of remnant aura. Some kind of remnant aura. It seems to have fused with the power of dusk, causing a certain mutation. I've never seen such a monster before." Derek tightened his grip on the unshadowed crucifix and moved his other finger to the thorns. With the targeted abilities of the unshadowed crucifix, the expedition team proceeded rather smoothly. Before long, they arrived deep in the waning forest. They could vaguely see the distant cliff and orange clouds through the trees. The damage here wasn't too serious. The branches and leaves were connected in midair, blocking the solidified dusk and causing the surroundings to darken. In God v bin at t, t, and in The figure was very blurry, as though it was eternal and unchanging, as though it was a projection from a mythical era. Its skin was grayish-blue, and it wore a silver-gray armor that seemed to be stained with blood. There was a glow on its face that resembled the setting sun, which seemed to be the manifestation of its eyes. Its mere existence caused the surrounding trees and the void to bend, causing everything to uncontrollably begin to decay. Upon witnessing this scene, without any reason, everyone present had a thought. Giant King, the ancient god, Ormur, Joshua, Hyam, Antiona, and the other members of the expedition team had their skin covered in granules. Bit by bit they turned grayish-blue. At their glabella, flesh and blood squirmed, as though a monster was about to drill out. At the same time, they entered a state that was close to losing control. They didn't even see the mythical creature form. Just by approaching the figure, they showed signs of losing control at the same time. It became more and more serious. Derek Berg was relatively fine. This was because the pure light of the unshadowed crucifix enveloped him, giving him a warm feeling, allowing him to temporarily resist the corrosion of decay. At this moment, Colin Iliad had already bent his back. Holding two swords smeared with ointment, he charged at the terrifying figure at high speed, stirring up a hurricane. However, this demon hunter didn't charge in a straight line. His footwork was strange, causing his body to sway left and right as he approached the enemy in a wave-like manner. The gigantic figure that stood in the dusk watched everything with its sun-like eyes. It didn't show any emotions, as though it was a stone statue that had been carved. Suddenly, the glow on its face flickered. It then crouched down and slammed its fists into the ground. Bang! The ground shook violently as a rift opened up, causing Derek and company to lose their balance. They staggered and were about to fall. As for Demon Hunter Colin, he leaped up first and leaped more than 10 meters into the air. With a condescending posture, he slashed out with the two swords in his hands. At this moment, the figure that seemed to come from a mythical legend pulled out an illusory greatsword formed from the light of dusk from the crack in the ground and swung it forward. An orange-red storm of light suddenly took shape and swept towards Demon Hunter Colin, Derek, and the others who were behind him. Wherever the light passed, the trees withered and the soil turned to sand. Everything irreversibly entered the path of decay. Bang! The storm that was brewing at dusk was blocked by an invisible wall, causing the entire forest to shake. At some point in time, Shepherd Elder Lovia appeared beside Derek. In front of her was a tall, illusory figure covered in silver armor. The figure with dark red eyes knelt on one knee and stabbed an illusory greatsword into the ground, creating an abnormally strong invisible wall. Clang! At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin's two swords slashed at the nearly 10-meter-tall figure that had the aura of an ancient god. It triggered countless bolts of lightning. As the silver bolts darted about, the terrifying figure wasn't injured at all. However, the silver-gray armor that was covered in blood spots dimmed a little. Colin used the rebound force to leap up again. He somersaulted in midair and launched another attack. In the decay domain, He didn't dare release his mythical creature form because it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to reverse the situation. Seeing that the illusory figure that came from myths and legends had been blocked, Derek hurriedly followed the sudden tremors and heat of the unshadowed crucifix in his palm and pressed his finger on a spike. His blood, accompanied by pain, flowed into the cross. Vigorous and bright light surged out, flew into the air, and turned down. In an instant it enveloped the silhouette in silver armor, whose eyes were like small suns. Amidst the sacred, solemn, and pure light, the gigantic and illusory figure stopped moving. It was as though it had encountered its natural nemesis, and the silver-gray armor that was stained with the light of dusk showed signs of melting. Seizing this opportunity, the ghost rider in front of Shepherd Elder Lovia pulled out the illusory greatsword that had been stabbed into the ground. With silver cracks that occasionally appeared and vanished, it instantly slashed at the enemy. Demon Hunter Colin's two swords came down from above like the rays of the morning sun, covering the ancient figure's head. Joshua, Chaim, and company didn't hesitate as they launched their strongest attack. After 3 consecutive rounds, the illusory figure that seemed to have traveled through space-time finally began to dissipate, disintegrating into orange-red dots of light that resembled burning flames. Demon Hunter Colin landed on the ground and looked at this scene. He deliberated for a moment before saying, "That's right." He deliberated for a moment and said, "It should be the remnant protective will of the Giant King. After years of fusion with the environment here, it has a certain amount of strength and form. It's a type of evil spirit. What kind of secret is hidden here?" Upon hearing the chief's words, everyone cast their gazes forward, towards the spot where the terrifying illusory figure had blocked. The atmosphere instantly turned heavy. Thankfully, it's only an evil spirit that has been restrained by the unshadowed crucifix. It's only a remnant will with almost no strength. Even after thousands of years, it's still so terrifying. What would a true ancient god look like? Why does he have such a strong will to protect this place? Is it because his parents are buried here? As he heaved a sigh of relief, he followed the chief and the others to approach the 2 tombstones with puzzlement and curiosity. Phew! I don't need to do anything. I have to say that this unshadowed crucifix is really useful in the Giant King's court. It's so useful that I'm beginning to suspect if this is Adam's goal. Above the gray fog, Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he lowered the sea god's scepter. He then cast his gaze at the place where the Giant Kings had been protecting for thousands of years. The first thing he saw were 2 modeled ancient tombstones. On them were the words "Father" and "Mother" written in Jotun. They contained the mystery of being able to stir the powers of nature. It made one feel a mixture of nostalgia, sadness, pain, and guilt the moment they saw it. Without realizing it, they would be infected and feel depressed. Behind the stone monument was a grave, but it had already been destroyed, revealing 2 black coffins below. It was unknown who had opened the lid of the coffin, as if to confirm something. This bathed the 2 grayish-white skeletons inside in the light that penetrated through the leaves, dyeing them with an orange-red color that resembled blood. The 2 skeletons were humanoid in shape. One wasn't more than 9 meters tall, and the other wasn't more than 8 meters tall. Chapter 1144. One of the 2 humanoid skeletons wasn't more than 9 meters tall, and the other wasn't more than 8 meters tall. They looked ordinary, but they gave Klein an unimaginable shock above the gray fog. At that moment, he felt as though he had returned to the time when he saw the door of light and the cocoon. Although his emotions were different, the shock he felt was almost the same. These aren't the corpses of giants. They definitely belong to humans. Giant King Ormer's parents were humans? Klein's pupils dilated as though he wanted to take a clearer look. However, no matter how he observed and scrutinized them, he couldn't find any characteristics of giants from the 2 grayish-white skeletons. Their limbs were of normal proportions, and their skulls had 2 eye sockets. They were definitely not underage giants. After a brief silence, Klein lowered the sea god's scepter in his hand again as thoughts flashed through his mind. Perhaps they aren't blood-related parents. Perhaps the ancestors of giants, the origins of giants, are humans. In the chaotic and crazy first epoch, some humans fused with beyonder characteristics and mutated into cruel, bloodthirsty, and irrational giants who had the instinct to reproduce. On the one hand, their descendants inherited their physical characteristics, and on the other hand, they gradually found their normal mental state. Thus, they stabilized into a barbaric and bloody species. Among them, Giant King Ormer was the first batch of mutants, but he retained a certain degree of rationality to a certain extent, so he became an ancient god? Is the source of all of this really, like the legends say, the original creator? After his thoughts settled into guesses, Klein's imagination ran wild as he developed even more questions. Why did the Giant King designate the waning forest as a forbidden land, forbidding any living beings from entering? He didn't wish for the fact that the giants originated from humans to be known? But if that's the case, he could have just cremated the remains of his parents. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Besides, what's with that strong sense of guilt? Who opened the tomb? The ancient sun god who killed the Giant King? The god of dawn, Badheil, or the other subsidiary gods of the Giant King's court who survived? Also, since the ancestors of the giants were humans, what about the elves, sanguine, and other humanoid beyonder creatures? The ancestors of dragons were actually lizards? In the early and middle period of the Second Era, were the conflicts between the demi-humans and the aliens because of different factors? Due to the lack of sufficient clues and information, Klein found it difficult to make any judgments, nor was he able to think of any more possibilities. All he could do was forcefully restrain his thoughts and focus his attention on the City of Silver's expedition team. At that moment, Demon Hunter Colin had led Lovia, Derek, and company to the front of the stone monument and saw the corpse in the tomb. They also fell into an indescribable silence, and no one spoke for a while. Finally, Joshua, who was wearing a scarlet glove, asked hesitantly, "These are the Giant King's parents?" From the point of view of the City of Silver's Dawn Paladin, the height of the two corpses didn't look like giants. They weren't even taller than him when he had just reached adulthood. If he was a young giant, his body proportions and facial features did not match either. Joshua's question echoed around the room, but no one answered. After a few seconds, Demon Hunter Colin slowly said, "That's right. That's why it's a secret." He didn't mention his thoughts and guesses. Does this mean that the giants are actually a branch of humanity, a differentiation brought about by the mutation of the beyonder characteristic? The wine-red-haired Aunt Iona said thoughtfully when she heard that. The giant ancestor was human? Derek felt a little dizzy from this possibility. He had a nagging feeling that there was a huge difference between the two. As his thoughts raced, he thought of his companions who had lost control, especially those of the giant pathway. He vaguely felt that it wasn't impossible. Those who lost control would often become abnormally large. Their skin would be dyed grayish-blue, and a huge crack would appear between their eyebrows, sucking in both sides of their eyes. "Perhaps," Demon Hunter Colin replied briefly. The members of the City of Silver's expedition team fell silent once again. In such an atmosphere, Derek glanced at Shepherd Elder Lovia and realized that the member of the six-member council had a calm expression. She wasn't solemn or absent-minded. At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin surveyed the area and said, "Form a team of 2 to 3 people. Form groups of 2 to 3 people and search the surrounding area. See if there are any other gains." The members of the expedition team snapped back to their senses and carefully began their exploration according to the chief's instructions. Unfortunately, apart from trees, stone monuments, and tombs, there was nothing of value in this waning forest. Without any further delay, Derek and Hyam exchanged the sealed items on them to prevent their beyonder characteristics from being expelled by the unshadowed crucifix. Then, they followed Demon Hunter Colin out of the waning forest, circled around a boulder that protruded from the mountain wall, and found the huge cave that was 30 meters tall. Outside the cave, there was originally a stone monument, but it had already shattered and collapsed, with weeds growing over it. Under the orange-red light of dusk, there was an indescribable sense of decay and decay. After entering the cave, the City of Silver's expedition team followed the weathered stone slabs and the peeling murals. They walked through the withered grass and rough gravel as they explored forward with abnormal vigilance. With every step they took, they felt their lives weaken as they constantly lost moisture. After an unknown period of time, the City of Silver's expedition team finally saw an open grayish-blue door. On both sides of the door, there were pieces of iron-black fragments that seemed to belong to some kind of armor. "There should have been guards here," Demon Hunter Colin said simply, took out a bottle of medicine, and gulped it down. His light blue eyes were quickly dyed with a layer of dark yellow as two complex dark green symbols appeared in his pupils. After carefully observing the grayish-blue door for a while, he nodded and walked into the dark hall. After everyone passed through the door and entered, the hall seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand. With a clanging sound, it quickly climbed upwards. More than 10 seconds later, the hall stopped moving upwards. A magnificent hall propped up by stone pillars appeared outside the door. It seemed to be the residence of the guards. Derek subconsciously looked around and swept his gaze across the various objects in the hall. He saw 2 murals with ancient characteristics. The main character of one of the murals was a giant wearing silver full-body armor that emitted an obvious glow. Where his eyes were, there was a blob of dawn. In the middle of the other mural stood a female giant with dark brown hair. She was wearing leather armor and a long skirt. She was holding wheat ears, fruits, and other items. Around her were fields of harvest, clear lakes, trees bearing fruit, and bright mushrooms. The god of dawn, Badhile. The goddess of harvest, Omabella. Derek came to a realization as he nodded slightly. He then retracted his gaze and saw that the chief was staring at the mural that represented the goddess of harvest. His expression was still as solemn as before. Is the chief hoping that the City of Silver can also have a true harvest? As Derek pondered, he followed Shepherd Elder Lovia's instructions and formed a team with the others to search for valuable items and check if there were any hidden passageways. About 7 or 8 minutes later, they gathered and followed Chief Colin Iliad to the door of the hall. Colin Iliad inserted the 2 swords in his hands into the gap between the stone slabs in front of him. He stretched out his hands and pressed them against the 2 sides of the door. With just a bit of force, it opened with a heavy thud. The orange-red and resplendent light of dusk silently shone in. The palaces and towers that the City of Silver's expedition team had seen from afar were reflected in their eyes in an extremely impactful manner. The gigantic, magnificent, epic, and mythical feeling became even more distinct and shocking due to the extreme distance. It made everyone subconsciously hold their breaths and forget everything else as they immersed themselves in such a scenery. It was the same for Klein above the gray fog. This was the king's court that belonged to the giants. This was a true divine kingdom. After about 10 seconds, Demon Hunter Colin pulled out his 2 swords, turned his body, and said to Shepherd Lovia, "Try to see the situation on both sides. Try to see the situation on both sides of the road." "I can't see very clearly." The 2 dark green symbols in his eyes were slowly dissipating. Lovia tersely acknowledged and took 2 steps forward to the door. Outside was a platform with stairs on both sides. In front of it was a guardrail formed by grayish-white stone pillars, facing the tallest building in the area. There was a huge bluish-gray door, and both sides seemed to be engraved with countless mysterious symbols. It looked extremely solemn. Corridors, stairs, and other things connected the layers of palaces and towers together, making it look grand and gorgeous. Lovia's silver-gray, slightly curly hair floated up, and the stones on the ground that were bathed in the light of dusk protruded, forming a grayish-white doll. This doll didn't have any spirituality. It was like a puppet that was being controlled as it walked to the left. It followed the stairs and went down one level at a time amidst the rich orange-red light, helping the expedition team confirm the situation. Suddenly, its body paused, and a fine silver light burst out from within, turning it into countless pieces. Shepherd Lovia wasn't alarmed. She followed the previous steps and created another stone golem, making it walk to the right. This time, the stone golem walked all the way to the end of the stairs and stopped at the entrance of the palace below. Nothing happened along the way. Demon Hunter Colin had been watching intently the entire time. Only then did he say, "We'll walk to the right, but we have to be careful." Although he didn't detect any danger, the fact that he couldn't tell the actual situation with his Beyonder powers was enough to explain many problems. With such a reminder, Derek and company became even more tense. The three of them formed a team and helped each other as they slowly walked down. As they walked along the tall stairs, Joshua, who was wearing scarlet gloves, suddenly heard a series of tapping sounds behind him. It was as if someone was slowly and quietly following them. And behind them, Shepherd Elder Lovia was to the side. From the corner of his eye, he could tell that the footsteps were definitely not made by her. Joshua's heart turned cold as he hurriedly said in a deep voice, "There are footsteps behind me." Lovia turned her head and made the 5-meter-tall silver knight appear in front of her. She sized up Joshua's back with her scarlet eyes. After a few seconds of silence, the shepherd elder shook her head. "There's nothing. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday." Chapter 11:45. Shepherd Lovia's response made Joshua even more vigilant. He looked at the other members of the expedition team and asked anxiously, "What's going on?" He looked at the other members of the expedition team and anxiously asked, "Did you hear any abnormal footsteps?" With the Thunder God's roar hammer and the straight broadsword in hand, Derek recalled for a few seconds before shaking his head in denial. With the unshadowed crucifix in hand, Chaim looked at the sealed artifact whose gaze didn't change. He replied, "Perhaps you were hallucinating?" "No, I heard it clearly." Joshua, who was wearing a scarlet glove, frowned and expressed his opinion. Upon hearing this, Demon Hunter Colin, who was walking right in front, turned his body and calmly instructed, "Chaim, Antiona, check on Joshua's condition." "Chaim, Antiona, check on Joshua's condition." "Yes, Your Excellency." Chaim immediately walked in front of Joshua and placed the unshadowed crucifix, which was formed from pure light, on his teammate's forehead. However, the sealed artifact didn't experience any changes. Right on the heels of that, the wine-red-haired female warrior, Antiona, also came to Joshua's side and raised her left hand. She wore a pale gold bracelet on her wrist, and there were 3 small bells covered in golden scales hanging from it. The tinkling sounds echoed in the surroundings, calming Joshua's mind. He was no longer as tense and anxious. "No problem." Antiona cast her gaze at Chief Colin Iliad. Colin's eyes were already suffused with 2 complex dark green symbols. He looked at Joshua for a few seconds and nodded. "It might not be a hallucination, but you have to constantly pay attention to whether there's anything abnormal about you." Seeing that the chief supported him, Joshua secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "All right." Temporarily putting aside their doubts, the City of Silver's expedition team continued down the huge staircase that was bathed in the light of dusk. Suddenly, everyone heard a muffled groan. From the corner of his eye, Derek Berg saw Joshua raise his hands and clutch his neck tightly. As he was a Dawn Paladin, he was extremely strong. Just as he let out a grunt, his hands snapped his neck with a crack. Joshua collapsed with a gloomy and twisted expression. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The one who killed him was actually himself. Although Derek and the rest couldn't react in time to what had happened, their long years of training and experience in the depths of the darkness made them instinctively form a battle formation, and they were wary of any subsequent attacks. Then, they heard another muffled groan. It was from Shepherd Elder Lovia. The silver-haired lady's facial muscles tightened, and there was an obvious twitch and wriggle, as if she was growing another face. She fell to her knees on the wide staircase with a thud. The pain was indescribable. She slowly but uncontrollably raised her hands and pinched her neck. Just as Lovia was about to exert her strength, 2 swords smeared with silver ointment reached out and parried her palms. The prepared demon hunter Colin responded in time. Lovia's body twitched as she lowered her head even further. She opened her mouth and spat out pieces of torn flesh and incomplete organs. She took a deep breath as if she had finally recovered. Then, she propped herself up with her elbows and crawled forward. She swallowed the flesh and organs she had just spat out in a pious and humble manner. Demon hunter Colin, who had several old scars on his face, watched this scene silently without stopping her. Finally, Lovia raised her head, her pale gray eyes unfocused. "It's corruption. It's a corruption that everyone has. Do you have a solution?" Colin asked without any change in his tone. Lovia nodded without hesitation. "Yes." Just as she said that, she had already used her right hand to grab her left index finger. With a snap, she snapped it off and forcefully pulled it out. She stuffed it into her mouth along with the blood and bone. As she chewed, she muttered, "The Lord that created everything, the ruler behind the shadow curtain, the depraved nature of all living beings, the honorific name of the true Creator." His eyelids twitched when he heard that. Suddenly, he felt as if something subtle had happened around him. The orange-red light of dusk became a little richer, closer to the color of blood. Above the gray fog, the fool Klein's expression instantly turned solemn. Although he didn't see anything through his true vision, he could vaguely sense that a gaze was cast over from afar. It interfered with his observation, causing his clarity and range to weaken. In addition, the gaze gave Klein a strange sense of familiarity. It's hard not to be familiar with it. The first half of my life after transmigrating was spent dealing with him. His Son of God, his oracle, his wish to descend, the items left behind by his believers, his crazy ravings, and all sorts of murals related to him. At this moment, Klein was completely certain that the person who had begun watching the City of Silver's expedition team was the true creator. Frankly speaking, when Lovia began chanting that person's honorific name, Klein really wanted to give her a lightning storm to eliminate the problem before it happened. However, he ultimately resisted the urge because he wasn't confident that he could kill the shepherd in one strike. The evil spirit that Lovia grazed was likely a Sequence 3. Although it was long dead, its current overall strength was still at the level of a Sequence 4. It wouldn't be a problem for it to withstand Lightning Storm, which was close to but not at the level of an angel. And if the fool wasn't able to kill Lovia in a simple and straightforward manner, then Demon Hunter Colin would be showing his cowardice. In addition, Klein believed that Colin Iliad was happy to see Shepherd Elder Lovia recite the true creator's honorific name. He wanted to use this to keep Mr. Fool in check and achieve a certain balance. This was actually a form of disrespect in front of a deity. It was very easy to anger those great existences, but Colin Iliad had no choice. He wouldn't and couldn't simply believe the fool and the true creator. All he could do was try his best to maintain it and test the waters at the edge of the cliff. Only by doing so would the City of Silver not be suddenly destroyed, just like the city-states that had been buried in the depths of the darkness and covered in the dust of history. What a pity! If the unshadowed crucifix was in my hands at this moment, and I had used all the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog to coordinate with it, I would have had a chance of instantly killing that Silver Knight evil spirit. This is a natural restraint. Klein sighed silently and could only accept such a development. He hadn't noticed anything amiss with Joshua until the red-gloved City of Silver warrior strangled his neck. Only then did he see the other party's spirit turn gray and gloomy. Just as the shepherd elder had said, this was his own degeneration. It wasn't much different from losing himself to money and beauty. It was very difficult for external forces to detect it. That staircase should have remnants of the godhood that represents degeneration. It has blended into the environment, making it difficult to discover or resist. The stone golems from before didn't have any intelligence or spirituality, so they weren't affected. From the honorific name, the true creator has the self-nature to control degeneration. Just by looking at it, it can make the corresponding power dissipate. Klein adjusted his state of mind and continued observing the subsequent development. During this process, he couldn't help but think of a question: is the true creator also like me, watching the actions of the City of Silver's expedition team from his divine kingdom? On Earth, if I were to reward friends who are watching the same livestream, would the true creator reward them even more? Klein used his teasing thoughts to ease the nervousness and worry caused by the true creator's gaze. That was a genuine deity. Be it Adam or Amon, none of them were worthy of being on par with him. At this moment, Shepherd Lovia had already stood up. Her missing left index finger had also grown back. She looked at Chief Colin Iliad. This area is no longer degenerated. This also meant that the staircase wasn't that dangerous. Typically speaking, the expedition team wouldn't care about Joshua's corpse. Be it advancing or retreating, they couldn't waste time. If they stayed in an abnormally dangerous area for too long, it would lead to accidents happening to the other team members. However, since Elder Lovia of the six-member council had used a certain tone to indicate that there were no problems nearby, they could take a short break and deal with the matter. Derek put down Chaim's broadsword and walked to Joshua's side. After staring at him for a few seconds, he bent down to pick up his scarlet glove and wore it on his left palm. He still remembered that Joshua was always flaunting this mystical item he had obtained during his explorations. He could also clearly recall that when he walked out of the afternoon town camp, Joshua had said that he would be forced to get married after the expedition was over. He didn't know who his wife would be, but an hour later, this teammate had turned into a cold corpse. To the people of the City of Silver, this was their daily life. No one cried or broke down, but emotions that had already seeped into their bones and blood surged. They were heavy and sorrowful. They watched as Derek raised his left hand and aimed his palm at Joshua's corpse. A ball of blazing flames flew out and engulfed the teammates who had been fighting alongside them just a moment ago. After the incineration, Demon Hunter Colin put away the Beyonder characteristic that had seeped out. The other team members each grabbed a handful of ashes and placed them in a hidden pocket on their clothes. In silence, they continued to descend until they reached the bottom of the stairs. There was a majestic palace bathed in the light of dusk. Behind it were corridors and stairs that led to other areas. The doors of the palace were wide open, and it was pitch black inside. Not a single ray of light could shine in. Demon Hunter Colin carefully observed for a while before saying, "That's right. Just like in the outside world." What he meant was to use all kinds of methods to maintain the light and not let himself fall into absolute darkness. Hence, Chaim activated the light of the unshadowed crucifix, allowing it to envelop all his teammates. Antiona lit a lantern and held it in her hand to prevent the crucifix from suddenly losing effect. The group of people entered the palace and walked in the seemingly abnormally spacious hall. Their footsteps echoed far away and none of them returned. As he walked, he suddenly felt his eyelids become heavy and he felt a strong sense of drowsiness. At this moment, he heard the chief's growl. "Don't fall asleep." Derek jolted awake, shaking off the exhaustion that prevented him from opening his eyes. At this moment, a female warrior's body went limp as she collapsed to the ground, as though she had fallen into a deep sleep. Then, she vanished into thin air. She vanished just like that, right in front of everyone. Demon Hunter Colin and Shepherd Lovia observed for a while before shaking their heads and leading the team forward. During this process, they would injure themselves from time to time, using pain in exchange for lucidity. Finally, they passed through the arches and saw that there was no longer an undispellable darkness in front of them. With the help of the team's light, they discovered that they were in a hall with countless murals. In the middle of the hall was a long dark red table, and around it were high-backed chairs with complicated patterns. Derek found it a little familiar for some baffling reason. He immediately came to a realization. This was somewhat similar to the scene at the tarot gathering. Suddenly, balls of light lit up, and whispers could be heard around them. Around the hall, on the stone pillars that didn't support the dome, scarlet flames were ignited one after another, illuminating the surroundings in an abnormally dazzling manner. The whispers gradually grew louder, as though they had finally traversed a long and distant space and arrived at their destination. It made the hall bustle as though it was a gathering. Around the long dark red table, blurry and illusory figures suddenly leaped up and sat on different high-backed chairs. There were a total of 11 of them. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday. Chapter 1146. As the flames flickered, Derek and company subconsciously looked at the long dark red table. The first thing they noticed was the figure closest to them. The figure was wearing a simple linen robe and had long silver hair. His facial features couldn't be seen clearly, but it made Colin, Lovia, and Derek feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. In the blink of an eye, it was as if lightning had struck their minds, suddenly illuminating their blurry memories. Angel of Fate Ouroboros. Just as the pupils of the people from the City of Silver dilated, the figure turned his head and looked at them. A pair of indifferent eyes immediately occupied their field of vision, and a transcendent and mysterious ring appeared. In a trance, Derek saw a figure in front of him. He was a handsome, sunny, and energetic man. He was wearing a pure white robe and had a head of short blonde hair. With his appearance, the surroundings became abnormally bright. The warm feeling was like light, instantly filling every inch of the place. It was as if Derek had seen the legendary daytime. For a moment, he forgot where he was and what he wanted to do. The man took a step forward, and his illusory, blurry figure overlapped with Derek. Then, Derek sat at the long dark red table and occupied one of the high-backed chairs. He had transformed into the handsome, sunny man from before, and he was participating in a secret gathering. At the same time, the City of Silver's chief, Colin, whose hair was white and face was covered in old scars, encountered an equally blurry and illusory figure. The figure was 7 to 8 meters tall and wore silver full-body armor. His eyes were a blob of light that resembled the light of dawn and dusk. He raised the sword in his hand and pressed it against Colin Iliad's forehead like a scepter. Demon Hunter Colin struggled for a moment, but he quickly calmed down after being enveloped by the orange-red glow. His figure merged with the giant opposite him as he took a step forward and walked to the long dark red table, sitting in the second seat on the right. The person Shepherd Lovia encountered was a man in a black robe. He had black curly hair that reached his shoulders and a pair of eyes that seemed to be covered in shadows. His exact appearance wasn't clear, making it difficult to see him clearly. However, the silver threads, complicated patterns, and gorgeous accessories on his clothes were directly reflected in Lovia's mind. Lovia shuddered. She could not help but lower her head, allowing the black wings on his back to wrap around her. She turned into that man and walked to the end of the long dark red table. There were 2 high-backed chairs with complicated patterns. Lovia chose the one on the left. The remaining members of the City of Silver's expedition team also encountered a similar situation, but the figures they faced were all different. After they found seats on both sides of the long, dark red table, the empty high-backed chair at the end of the table became darker, outlining the figure of a woman who seemed to be shrouded in mist. Immediately following that, a voice that seemed to have transmigrated from ancient times echoed in the ears of the participants. We are saving ourselves and maintaining the balance of this world. Division and deviation are undoubtedly the most basic of order. This is also his idea. It's undeniable that we all have our own dark thoughts and desires, but this is very normal. Death and blood will be unavoidable. In the name of Rose redemption, above the gray fog, Klein listened attentively. He couldn't wait for the voice to say more. However, be it the scene or the voice, it began to loop, as if it had been frozen for only a few dozen seconds. This is the scene when Rose redemption was established? Previously, the Red Angel Evil Spirit said that this is an extremely secretive organization established by a group of corrupted angels. From the looks of it, that's not the case. The person who said that back then shouldn't have been Medici, but one of Sauron and Einhorn. They actually don't know much about Rose redemption. Klein mumbled inwardly as he cast his gaze back to the city of silver members who were repeatedly approaching, sitting down, listening, and distancing themselves like puppets. When the torches around the hall lit up one after another, Klein had already discovered an abnormality with his true vision. He saw the murals on the wall come to life, rapidly expanding and overlapping with the hall. It made the long tables, chairs, and floor tiles that had been cold for thousands of years warm again. It made the figures that had once met in secret cross the barrier of time and resurrect in a fixed spot, allowing some of the words from ancient times to the present. And among those figures, there were many that Klein was familiar with. Among them, the first person he saw was the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. This king of angels, who still belonged to Rose redemption, was the most spiritual of all the illusory figures. Combined with the fact that the scene was looping, Klein suspected that the person who left the traces in the murals was Tail Devourer Ouroboros. In the ruins of the previous temple, there were murals left behind by him. Somewhere in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, there are also murals left behind by him. In the Giant King's court, there are similar murals and similar powers. I wouldn't believe it if he isn't. How much does this king of angels like murals? He draws them wherever he goes. Klein couldn't help but lampoon Ouroboros inwardly. The second figure he noticed was sitting beside the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. He wore black armor that looked like it had been splashed with blood. He had a head of bright red hair that looked like it was burning, and he was young and handsome. The reason why this figure caught Klein's attention was because he had seen it in a dream before. In addition, it was also the most arrogant one among all the figures. Not only was he pressing back against the back of the chair, but he also placed his feet on the long dark red table. He didn't care that he was surrounded by high-ranking figures of similar status. Red Angel, Medici. These are the kings of angels who participated in the secret gathering? Who else is there? As Klein's thoughts raced, he decided to first save the people of the City of Silver from the never-ending cycle of fate. In this regard, he had plenty of experience. Yes, the medium of the cycle is the hall itself. However, there's no need to attempt to destroy it. As long as I can temporarily break the cycle of fate, the dusk outside will seep in and dispel the abnormalities. They belong to the divine kingdom itself. In terms of level, they're definitely higher than the power left behind by Ouroboros. Klein observed for a few seconds and quickly came to a conclusion. After tossing a gold coin to make a divination, he immediately spread his spirituality towards the crimson star that represented Sunday Derek Berg's spirit body, then broke through the cycle of fate, creating an invisible gap. Outside the palace, the orange-red light of dusk immediately poured in from the windows high above, enveloping the entire hall. Without waiting for Little Sun to figure out his situation, Klein, who was afraid that the true creator would lock onto him, didn't hesitate to let him return to the real world. Derek snapped out of his daze and realized that he had unknowingly sat to the side of the long dark red table. He looked up in a daze and saw the chief, Elder Lovia, Hyam, Antiona, and company. He realized that there was more or less some confusion on their faces. Recalling what had just happened, Derek was alarmed as he deliberated before saying, he deliberated and said, "The cycle of fate, indeed." Colin Iliad, who had similar experiences, nodded slightly and stood up. He looked around and let his gaze land on the closest and largest mural. The mural depicted this hall. It had the same stone pillars, torches, dark red tables, complicated high-back chairs, and the layout of items. And on those high-back chairs sat 11 figures. There were 2 at the top, 5 on the left and 4 on the right. Everyone from the City of Silver followed the chief's gaze and took in the corresponding content. The 5 figures on the left were a gentle silver-haired man, an arrogant red-haired man, a hooded elder who only revealed his mouth, wrinkles, and beard, a dignified middle-aged man in black armor, and a handsome man in a white robe. The 4 on the right were mummies wrapped in bandages. There was a middle-aged man in a deep black robe with facial features that resembled those of the southern continent, a giant covered in silver armor, and a voluptuous, gentle, and dignified lady. Sitting on the 2 high-backed chairs at the very top were a man with black curly hair and shadowy eyes, and a woman shrouded in fog. At this moment, a guardian raised his right hand and pointed at the handsome white-robed man. His figure is made up of a bunch of mysterious symbols. These symbols symbolize the following. These symbols symbolize white angel Aucuses. Before the guardian could finish his sentence, he suddenly let out a tragic cry as golden flames spewed out from his body. He instantly turned into a charred corpse, as if he would be reduced to ashes the moment he touched it. It made it impossible for demon hunter Colin and shepherd Lovia to save him in time. Don't attempt to distinguish those symbols. They contain extremely powerful powers themselves, Colin hurriedly reminded in a deep voice. As for Klein, who was above the gray fog, he was thinking about something else. White Angel Aucuses. Is that the true name of the eternal blazing sun? If it wasn't for the power of the giant king's court isolating me, just saying this name in Jotun would attract attention and suffer the wrath of the gods. Amidst his thoughts, demon hunter Colin stabbed his 2 swords in front of him, creating an invisible barrier. Then, the City of Silver's chief replaced everyone to distinguish the symbols and labels that formed the figures. Starting from the last person on the left, he slowly and firmly read them out. Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, War Angel, Medici, Angel of Wisdom, Heraburgen. At this point, Colin Iliad, who was constantly shaking the invisible barrier, paused. This was because this name was no stranger to the people of the City of Silver. This was the true name of the Dragon of Wisdom. Could it be that the Dragon of Wisdom later became the Angel of Wisdom by the Lord's side? Similar doubts surfaced in everyone's minds, but Klein discovered something strange. The historical records of the City of Silver had the name Heraburgen. They usually used Jotun, a language that could mobilize the surrounding natural powers. In other words, in the past 2,000 to 3,000 years, someone in the City of Silver must have read or written Heraburgen, but the god of knowledge and wisdom didn't respond. The Church of Knowledge still couldn't find the forsaken land of the gods. At this moment, Colin Iliad controlled his emotions and continued reading. Wind Angel, Leodoro, Pure White Angel, Aucuses, Dark Angel, Sasrer, Evernight Goddess, Ammonizes, God of War, Badheil, Mother Earth Goddess, Omabella, God of the Dead, Salinger, God of Spiritual Creatures, Tolsna. Although Klein had expected this, he was still stunned. In the past, Rose Redemption was terrifyingly powerful. Among the 7 deities today, 6 were its members, including Death, the god of spiritual creatures, and the 3 kings of angels. This made Klein recall something the Red Angel Evil Spirit had once said. Rose Redemption has a close relationship with the birth of the true Creator. It's impossible for you to imagine that certain people were once members of Rose Redemption, but they later left the organization, 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor.